Good morning, race fans. Welcome back to Sunday Fun Day, day 2 of the Thunderhill Open here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Joining us on track action has already begun for Formula Awesome. This is their second qualifying session. But before we catch up with our Formula Awesome drivers, my name's Tom O'Gorman, joined again in the booth today by Brian Belansky. He's also the director here for our show. Thank you for joining us on the Racing Network and also Trackside if you are hanging out with us at the racetrack today. Thanks for being here for this first ever Thunderhill Open. And Brian, yesterday we had photo finishes, we had incredible battles, we had a lot of fast laps set as well. And then I'm sure there was a whole bunch of fun in the evening as well. Tell me about the night and tell me how you're doing. How's it going?
We're doing good. It is crazy here wind-wise, 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, gustings above that. So much so that local utility here shut down the power this morning to the entire area, and that's problematic for a racetrack trying to put on one of their premier events. And the crew here absolutely spectacular in their efforts to bring in some generators overnight. And we not only have a room with air conditioning and power, the elevator still works, the internet works, and we're broadcasting live during a power service shutdown. And they shut down the power because it's really dry and there's some high tension power lines in the area. And if anybody is familiar with the fires that we have had out here in California, sometimes that's what has been the cause of them. So this is a preventative measure. But let's get rid of that. Let's stop talking about that. Let's talk about what's going on the racetrack here. We've got another beautiful day, except for the 50-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, it looks absolutely gorgeous. One of those perfect clear sky days out at Thunderhill Raceway Park. And in qualifying, we're kind of into the closing minutes of it here. But Jim Malley is your fastest car on the racetrack. We're watching Formula Awesome. This has a handful of classes involved, including Formula Atlantic, Formula 3, Formula 4, and Formula Mazda. We had some great battling in Formula Mazda yesterday with the rotary power in those cars. We had some great battles also in Formula 4. But a handful of different cars represented here, just getting into the final minutes of qualifying as the checkered flag flies. This race group will hit the racetrack again later this afternoon for their second of 2 races this weekend at 1:30 p.m. Pacific. Can run through the results from qualifying for you real quick, and then we'll get into some racing action as we have Spec Miata's Heat 3 and the Western Touring Car Championship Heat 3 coming up as well. Next, back-to-back. Those are 8-lap sprint races. You're not going to want to miss them. But as I mentioned, Jim Malley was the fastest car on the racetrack, and he will have the provisional pole overall and in Formula Atlantic with a 1:45.3. That is the fastest. That is the fastest car of the session, and it's only 0.3 slower than he went yesterday for his fastest time of the entire weekend. Then second overall, Dan Decker is your provisional pole sitter, also in Formula 3. That is the turbo version, essentially, of the Formula 4. Here is. Details don't matter as much beyond that. They make more power. 1:48.0 is the time for Dan Decker. Then we have our pole sitter in Formula Mazda, Christian Akpish, at a 1:51.2. And that puts him about 1.2 seconds up on his closest competitor and about 4 cars between himself and his closest competitor in class. Fourth overall is your pole sitter in Formula 4, Eric Doan, at 1:51.6. For that driver as well. Then Cameron Parsons, 5th and 2nd in Formula Atlantic. Lucas Hand is 6th overall and 2nd in Formula 4. Brad Drew is 7th overall, 2nd in Formula Mazda. Austin Tiller having a really good comeback today after some shakiness yesterday. 8th overall and 4th in Formula 4. Mauricio Robbins, one of the chat's favorite drivers here. 9th overall and 5th in Formula 4. Then Stu Tabak in the Formula Mazda number 28, 10th overall and 3rd in class. That's the top 10. Gives you an idea of roughly the top 3 in each of the classes as well. Again, this race group will happen at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. So that is, 3 hours from now exactly. And they put on a good show yesterday, so it'll be fun to watch when they come back out, Brian. Before we get into our action for Spec Miata Heat 3 and the WTCC Heat 3 sprint races, let's take a moment to thank our partners here. Logitech G supporting us this weekend, making the event happen, but also giving out prizes for some of the drivers, each of the class winners, and one random draw for the track day group, and that's going to be an RS50 full driving simulator for sim racing. Pretty awesome prize there. And then, of course, Toyo. So let's thank those guys, and we'll be right back for some racing action.
We're back.
We are back at the Thunderhill Open, and it's time to go racing at Thunderhill Raceway Park, the classic 3-mile. And this is the third heat race for Spec Miata, brought to you by Toyo Tires, as you just saw there, and Logitech G supporting us as well at Thunderhill Raceway Park. We'll jump straight into the starting grid and give you a bit of an idea of some of the action from yesterday as we run through it. Starting on the pole, the blue, number 119 of Hua Huang, after winning yesterday's Heat 2 race by 36 thousandths of a second. That's not even a bumper width, Brian. Then we get to second place, Greg Hoff, who came up just a bit short on that second race, but is your race 1 winner. He will start second. In the second row, Wyatt Couch has been so racy this weekend. The number 66 brought it home third by 55 thousandths of a second. Yes, that means 2 side-by-side photo finishes in the top 3 yesterday in Heat 2. To his outside, Matteo Sunseri will start fourth. Paul Turner, on a bit of a comeback drive, was your pole sitter on race number 1, got shuffled back into the pack and has been racing his way forward through heats 2 and now 3. He starts fifth alongside Joe Koo in the number 6, appropriately starting there on the outside of row 3. In row 4, David Martell, representing the retired guys, he said in his driver bio. Number 147 will start 7th, and Kevin Carter in his red number 89 will start 8th. On the 5th row, Sonny Rayo will start the number 108 machine on the inside, and Sayo Haraishi will start the number 34 to his outside in position number 10. Gary Young and Daniel Kulas will start 11th and 12th in row 6. Then Tim Wright and Scott Carter will start alongside one another in row 7. Alberto Gonçalves in the 15th position will start to the inside for turn 1, next to Xavier Koo in the number 51, starting 16th. Then Mark Weisberg in the number 56, starting 17th, and Yoni Zai starting the 166 machine in 18th. Getting to row number 10, David Vrain and Justin Mancherje will start alongside one another. Then James Powell and Joan Linehan starting alongside each other in row 11. Scott Zachary will start the number 23 in 23rd, and then to his outside, Joe Ganyu in the number 24.
I think that's everybody, right?
It is. Sorry, just processing the Formula One driver name appearing here. Don't think it's the one we know of. Yeah, the final 2 rows, David McCoy and Ward Rose will start alongside one another. In the final row, Kerry McHugh and Aled Gedstead having, I think, a DNF in yesterday's heat number 2. So, Brian, it's an 8-lap race. They happen real quick, and we've had some awesome battling here in Spec Miata as they rack them and stack them to go racing for the 3rd time. Anybody you're looking out for? Anything you're looking forward to? Anything we should know before we go racing?
Honestly, I've been running around chasing toppled over tripods all morning. So I'm just happy to be sitting in my chair pressing the buttons right now. Everything's good. A big thank you, by the way, to Daniel, the timing and scoring guy here at Thunderhill. Every time you come to a new track, all of our timing pylon and everything you see on the screen is a communication between the timing and scoring computers and ours, and it requires them to click a couple of things and me to click a couple of things. And the first day is always like, I need this clicked, I need that clicked, and they get frustrated with me. But they've done a great job of finally, we have the laps remaining today at the top of the screen, so things are all clicking on 8 cylinders. And a big thank you to everybody here for making this happen.
It takes a team, and as we go, green flag flies, and we are 4 wide on the front straightaway to kick off heat number 3 with 8 laps on the table, going racing side by side for Greg Hoff and Hua Huang, but Matteo Sunseri was the 3rd car. Wyatt Couch already scored back to 4th. Paul Turner was in the top 5 as well. As they thunder down into turn 2, it's Hoff, Sunseri, and then I think Hua Huang holds on to 3rd as the wind picks up and blusters these cars through sector 1.
I went out and tried to lock down these things even more than I did last time and yesterday, and they're still shaky.
It is all good. I'm trying to keep a track of this 3rd place car. That's Wyatt Couch in the white machine. Then Paul Turner. I think that's the top 5 breakaway. 2 cars slip off the racetrack on driver's left coming out of turn 3. Maybe a bit of contact between those 2, but they're both still under their own power and continuing on. I wonder if one of those cars was Scott Carter potentially. Could get numbers on those as they rejoin the field, and everybody through sector 1 now clean and clear up the back straightaway for the first time. We're pretty well single file, Brian. I think these drivers have figured out the quicker you get single file, the less time you lose. And it's really paying dividends, especially for the top 5. But Greg Hoff has a nice little breakaway as he's being shoved up the racetrack by Matteo Sunseri. Wyatt Couch has gone through now on Hua Huang and Paul Turner. He runs 3rd as we go side by side for a handful of cars outside the top 15 for turn 9.
And as we had most times yesterday, lead 2 cars hooking up and starting to drive away. This happened, oh, there's a car going off there a little bit. Happened yesterday as well. A couple of cars walked away. It was Greg Hoff and Hua Huang yesterday showing the way. And I think it's the same 2 cars we've got out front this time, except that today Hua Huang does not want to be in 2nd place.
Actually, I think Hua Huang might have slipped all the way back to 6th,
Oh,
Brian.
really?
Just trying to track the colors of these cars, multiple dark-colored cars, but the one that's blue is the car I was looking for. 3 wide for about 20th position coming into turn 14. But we also had a challenge for the lead between Greg Hoff and Matteo Sunseri. Sunseri now picks up the lead from 4th on the starting grid. He leads lap number 1 with a 3-car breakaway in Spec Miata. Sunseri, Greg Hoff, Wyatt Couch, then a bit of a gap, about 1 second to Paul Turner. Tim Wright, this is a heck of a charge for the number 11, up from 13th to 5th. Unbelievable start for that driver in 5th. That's the white machine just in front of the dark blue, Hua Huang, who's maybe your big loser. And that's a terrible time to have the race lose track of the race a bit, Brian, because this grid is what sets the grid for the main coming up later today, the final race of the weekend. And unfortunately, one of our top cars has found himself way further back in heat 3 than he ran in the top 2 for races 1 and 2.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot yesterday. It's a very different format than we're used to in the way we normally do our races, and it's there's some strategery involved in how you do that, and you can have one little slip up, and this is the worst race to have a slip up because there's no way to recover in time to get back for the main up to the front again. So Hua Huang's got some work to do if he wants to get back up to the front, where he spent all yesterday up front with Greg Hoff.
Yeah, it's hard to say. He started on the outside lane, and it looked like the inside lane did get a better jump at the start of the race, and maybe he just got shuffled wide around the outside of some of these corners. But as we come through the halfway point of lap number 2 of 8, we have Matteo Sunseri, Greg Hoff being joined by Wyatt Couch. Now a bit of a 3-car battle, and it's becoming 4 as I say that. Paul Turner, race 1 pole sitter, has finally worked his way back into the conversation for the overall race win. They enjoy a bit of a gap over Tim Wright and Hua Huang. Then in the top 10, it's still Joe Ku, David Martel, Daniel Kulas, and Sayo Haraishi rounding out that top 10. Ryan, as I said that, this is properly a 4-way battle for the race lead.
Really important to just not do anything dumb and someone puts a wheel off there at the exit of turn 15. Really smart to not do anything dumb in this heat race. If you can start in those top 3 rows, maybe even better top 2 rows, you're going to be in really good shape for the feature event coming up this afternoon.
That's such a good point. Aggression versus restraint here, and who's got the most bandwidth to really think about that. You can be driving as hard as you want and try to win this race, but if you're not thinking about the consequences of slipping away, of this race slipping away, then you could end up really screwed for that final race. Hua Huang, we've been talking about him, just picked up the position from Tim Wright after that blazing start for the number 11.
See,
Sunseri, Hoff, Couch, and Turner in that order across the start-finish line, starting lap number 3, coming up to the cut-through at turn 5, the bypass for that third time.
to say way off in the distance there, you could see that is turn 1 off in the distance, and we saw a car go off there and then come back on. Now we've got a car going off here at the exit of turn 4 before they try to go up through the bypass section here. I don't know if it's a lot of dust on the racetrack maybe because of the winds we've had, but it seems as though some of these cars are having a hard time keeping the rubber on the pavement.
And there is a surprising amount of terrain there in turn 3. Looks like he just maybe got away from him on the exit, not able to transition the car back to the left for turn 4. I haven't seen many cars spin drivers right there, but that's where that driver ended up. As we've been talking, Matteo Sunseri holding down this race nicely. Once he got to the lead, we haven't seen a challenge just yet from Greg Hoff or the rest, but Wyatt Couch and Paul Turner have been able to run down those top 2 very quickly. I have to wonder if Sunseri maybe doesn't have the raw pace, or maybe it's Hoff that's a bit of the cork in the bottle as we watch them come by our camera angles here at turns 10 and 11. It's Sunseri with a 3-car length advantage over Hoff, who has basically 2 more cars glued to his rear bumper. Couch and Turner there in the top 4, battling it out. Hua Huang picking up 5th. Tim Wright holding down 6th now, as battles all throughout the field. This is kind of the mid-pack that has spread out just a little bit into the top 15. And then we have the scrum, the second scrum, coming at us down into turn 14 and 15 outside the top 15 or so. Across the start-finish line for the third time. 5 laps remaining in this 8-lap heat. The grid set for the main later today, a 12-lap main, by the way, slightly longer, by the finishing order in this race. So do you pick up one spot at the risk of losing all of them, or do you hang out where you are? I guess the first one for these top runners, as this is the top 6 now kind of coming together. Greg Hoff having a strong start to this lap. He's been really strong in Sector 1 all weekend, it has to be said. In that second place car, number 7, has run down Matteo Sunseri in the early part of this lap, much more so than he was on the final sector of the previous lap. Wyatt Couch in the white car, Paul Turner in the solid, mostly black, I think, from our camera angles. Hua Huang is starting to catch these drivers as well for 5th. Oh, and a big slide for Wyatt Couch from 3rd. I saw a whole lot more of the front of that car facing towards our camera angle than I expected, as they're absolutely on the limit of those Toyo tires.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to talk with these drivers after the event and ask them what they thought of this format, because it's a whole different way of doing business here, and some have really taken to it well, and others are getting bitten by it. And that's kind of why you do it this way.
Yeah, it's so different from the winner-take-all format that Spec Miata classes tend to race in. It's kind of a one race and the winner wins it. This, because of the 4 race that builds on itself, you really can't just be it can't be as reckless with your abandon as you would be in maybe one of the winner-take-all races,
right?
Because you lose one, you slip off the racetrack. It's only the one race of the weekend. Some glory lost, but it's worth the risk. Here, you've got to do that 4 times over and over and over again, as we're now side by side. Greg Hoff nearly hunting up on the door panel of Matteo Sunseri, coming under the bridge into turn 14 to come up on about halfway through this third heat. Top drivers have really pulled out quite a bit. It's the top 6, and then it's 3.5 seconds back to Joe Koo, another 3 seconds back to Daniel Poulos. And that's a pretty dominant pace difference between these top 3 and the rest of the field. Or top 6, excuse me, top 6 in the rest of the field. Yeah, still Matteo Sunseri controlling the race over Greg Hoff, Wyatt Couch, Paul Turner, Hua Huang, Tim Wright, all in the conversation. Here they are coming down into turn 2, Brian.
I was going to say, don't look now, but 5th and 6th place are now right there at the back doorstep of 4th place car Paul Turner. So this whole thing is not over with 4 laps to go here. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break here. And say thank you to our sponsors, Logitech G, and of course Toyo Tires. Both of them being a big part of this weekend. So we'll do this real quick. We'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Welcome back to lap number 4 of 8 here in Spec Miata Heat 3. We're watching the battle for the top 6 as Matteo Sunseri continues to lead this race out front, just in front of Greg Hoff. Wyatt Couch has slipped back a couple car lengths in the last 2 sectors into the clutches of Paul Turner in the solid black machine, and all of this slight bit of scrapping has brought Hua Huang and Tim Wright back to the battle as well. 6 cars in the conversation for the top 3 podium spots and the overall race win here in Spec Miata. And Brian, before we went to break, you mentioned that Huang was the quickest car on the racetrack. It was by nearly 0.4 of a second, and that's over Greg Hoff. He was almost a full second faster than some of the cars in the top 6 here. So that driver, having slipped back from the front row in turns 1 and 2 all the way back to 7th, is on quite a recovery drive. One of the quickest cars we've seen in basically every session, starting 2nd in Heat 1, finishing 2nd in Heat 1, winning Heat 2, and now fighting his way back onto the podium if he can. I think 3rd is absolutely doable, but it's going to take some really smart driving and probably the fastest laps of everybody for the remainder of this race if he wants to get back to the top 2, as Matteo Sunseri and Greg Hoff have pulled out now about a 1-second advantage over Couch, Turner, Huang, and Wright.
You know, it's interesting to watch how this group has evolved over the weekend. Heat 1, it was 2 cars basically checked out and everyone else fighting for 3rd. Heat 2, it was 4 cars who checked out and everyone else fighting for 6th. And today, now we have a 6-car battle. So everyone's improved themselves just a little bit over the weekend to now what you see here, 6 cars all in a train, all hoping to be on the front row here when we get to our feature race this afternoon.
Yeah, and that brings 2 things to mind for me. I think as a driver, some drivers take a bit more time to get up to pace and build momentum, kind of reestablish some muscle memory and get going again when they come back to the racetrack after a little bit of a break. Defensive move real quick by Hua Huang on Tim Wright, feeling the pressure up into turn 9. But the other thing that comes to mind is some drivers are just better racers and some drivers are better lappers. And once we went racing so quickly, and we've gone racing so many times at this point this weekend, 3 so far, the drivers who are maybe a little bit better in traffic, a bit better at reading situations, have started to excel and bring themselves into the conversation, where at the beginning of the weekend, it was pretty obvious that drivers like Paul Turner and Hua Huang, who sit 4th and 5th in this race, were the fastest cars here at the start.
What it means to me is the 12-lap feature is going to be crazy good.
It's going to be really good. And by the way, we have an inverted field coming at us for the Western Touring Car Championship coming up next. That's going to be awesome as well. But we're coming up on 2 laps to go. Next time by should be the white flag, if our graphics and lap counts are correct. I've been wrong before. Matteo Sunseri still leads this race, but Greg Hoff, turning his fastest lap of the race, that time by takes about 0.04 of a second out of Sunseri's lead. Fastest car on the racetrack as well. Then Wyatt Couch also turning his fastest lap of the race, right about the same pace as the front runners. So no big changes in that lap as far as gaps or position in the top 6. For Sunseri, Hoff, Couch, Turner, Huang, and Wright. Don't forget, Tim Wright started all the way back in 13th.
Wow, what a great move.
into this top 6. Kind of a top 2 and then a 4-pack now as this race is developed on. Seems like Couch, Turner, and the rest are going to have a bit of a hard time making a dent in that gap. They're just praying that Sunseri and Hoff take this thing side by side for a couple of corners. But so far, Matteo Sunseri has been absolutely unflappable, will not take any bait, has not presented any opportunity for the other drivers to pick the position back from him after he came from 4th on the starting grid to lead this race.
Yeah, definitely a fantastic job of managing the effort and keeping the second place car of Greg Hoff right kind of where he wants him. And maybe Greg Hoff is just saying to himself, I've got no need to race this guy. We're both going to start on the front row at the heat if we finish this way. And that's good enough for right now.
Yeah, it's very possible. And speaking of Sunseri, it's been maybe that perfect slow build that we've talked about, where he's been in the conversation every single race, now kind of peaking at the right time, leading this Heat 3 after finishing 3rd in Heat 1, 4th in Heat 2, but has not had one of those moments where he's slipped back like Paul Turner and Hua Huang have had one each. The other driver that's been so solid is Greg Hoff, who's just now getting about as close as he's been down into the braking zone under the bridge at turn 14. It's about 110-degree change of direction, and then you finish the lap, maybe even 120 degree, and then you finish the last kink as the drivers come to the white flag. One more lap to go for Spec Miata in Heat 3 here at the Thunderhill Open. And it's a top 2 breakaway, but Greg Hoff still, he's a little bit quicker, again, about 0.05 of a second, which is practically nothing. He's just not really making a visible dent on Matteo Sunseri's lead. 0.4 at the line last time by.
I love the starter. Usually waving that flag's a one-handed operation. When he pulled that thing out, it was holding it like a baseball bat. I am not going to let this white flag end up on the front straightaway during this race.
If it's going to go, I'm going with it, he says. That's good.
We had a race, it was a Super Tour a couple years ago, where the starter dropped the white flag and picked up a white sweatshirt and started waving it to the rest of the field. So, yeah.
I used to work at an indoor go-kart track, and throwing a flag on the track was kind of a rite of passage when anyone got a job there, because it happened to everybody.
Yep. Well, we've all dropped one at least once.
Yep.
So.
Up onto the back straight, we're halfway through the final lap, and we got sidetracked because this is about as far apart as all of these top 6 has been. Look at this, Brian, basically equidistant from one another. Matteo Sunseri has pulled out a very comfortable lead coming into the final sector over Greg Hoff. Wyatt Couch has pulled away from Paul Turner. Hua Huang has also slipped back from that battle just a little bit. Tim Wright has also backed the pressure down. That might be the best battle between them there for 5th and 6th, actually. No matter what, they're likely going to start on the 3rd row side by side. So again, the assessment of how hard you push for that position is probably more on the side of caution than aggression. As we come down through turn 10 into turn 11 and 12 for the final time, this is where Greg Hoff was able to pick up, where Hua Huang was able to pick up a fantastic opportunity on Greg Hoff in heat number 2. That's archived on this channel from tomorrow. Once we chill out on the racing action, you definitely want to check out heats 2 from both WTCC and Spec Miata here. Into the final sector, though. Final 2 corners. Trying to make it 3 different winners on the weekend for Heat 3. Matteo Sunseri leads the race onto the front straight, immediately glues the car to the right side of the front straight as well, and he will take the win by 1 second over Greg Hoff. Nose to tail across the start-finish line. Wyatt Couch brings home 3rd. Then a trio of fastest laps of the race for Paul Turner, Hua Huang, and Tim Wright, each on this very final lap. But it's all for naught. They do not change positions. Then we get to Joe Koo, Curtis G racing all the way up into 8th. That was a great charge late in the race from the driver who started back in the 11th position, I think. Then Daniel Koulas will finish in the 9th spot, and will also start in the 9th spot for the main. And Kevin Carter rounds out our top 10 in that number 89. Sayohara Ishii just slipping out of the top 10, as well as David Martell, as we had some great racing just behind our camera angles as well for those final positions in the top 10. Tell you what, it is just so fun to watch some absolutely peak club racing here happening at the Thunderhill Open. This is the first ever, hopefully the first annual, and it's been going so well. We're going to take a quick little breather, and we'll be right back with the Heat 3 action for the Western Touring Car Championship. You're not going to want to miss this. For Brian Belansky, I'm Tom O'Gorman. We'll be right back and bring you some more racing action from the Thunderhill Open. Welcome back to the Thunderhill Open at Thunderhill Raceway Park, coming at you with more wheel-to-wheel racing action. This time, the Western Touring Car Championship. Hi, everybody, trackside and out on YouTube for the live stream. My name's Tom O'Gorman. We've got Brian Belansky in the booth with me, also directing the show. And we have a special guest for this race, Joe McWegan, sometimes a racer in WTCC, but this weekend putting on the hat of race director as we move towards this race. Let's run down the starting grid first, and we'll present a couple things to talk about. The first one, though, is a top 8 invert that will invert the top 4 rows of this field coming to the green flag. Based on yesterday's finishing results, that means your pole sitter is the number 45 of John Burgess after finishing 8th in yesterday's epic race. Will start on the front row alongside Anthony Dominici. Then in the second row, Michael Hilo will start on the inside, Matt Ailes on the outside. Then we've got John Lugod coming into this race, starting 5th now after finishing 4th. Tony Rodriguez will start in 6th after finishing 3rd. Justin Moore and Anthony Zwane were your top 2 yesterday. Zwane was your winner. They will start back in row 4 now, which is going to make things for this main and later's main race, this heat and later's main race very interesting. Then we get to the non-inverted cars. Vilain Kanev will start 9th alongside Reed Gibson. John Friesen will start 11th alongside Adam Bow in 12th. In the 7th row, Brian Zimmerman and Danny Gross will start alongside one another. Then Brian Barron and John Borschelt in 15th and 16th. Jack Witchmeyer with a mechanical late yesterday will be trying to charge through the field. That rounds out your starters as Derek Ambrose, Stephen Ellis, and Sergio Orestes have retired for the weekend, as well as a couple other drivers who didn't quite make it through practice. But that's the starting grid. And now let's bring in Joe McWegan. We've got fans for you in the chat already, Joe. How's it going?
Oh, it's going great. Thanks again for having me here. Looking forward to this inversion. We've had a really good couple clean races, and that's why we're able to do this inversion and hopefully put on a good show for everybody here.
So I got to know, was that a last-minute decision or a late kind of group agreement? Like, let's make this interesting, or was it kind of in the back pocket the entire time to keep the drivers on their toes?
We had it in the back pocket, and honestly, based on everyone's doing, we lucked out. And I'm looking at the field right now, Tom. We actually got more cars than you suspected. I see Sergio made it out. He fixed his car yesterday, so Sergio's back out there. And Stephen Ellis is also out there. So we have, looks like, the full grid, basically.
Yeah, good call. I missed that from looking at the wrong list of cars. Yes, they did make it out at the back here. And so an 8-lap sprint race coming your way, and it is not even time certain. So as long as it takes for us to do these 8 laps, but so far we've been green flag racing, and it's been very clean as well. I also need to correct myself. I've been commentating some of these cars as E36s. They're basically all E46s. I promise I know the difference. It's just hard to tell from the camera. So racked up and stacked up, ready to go racing here. Joe, anything you're looking forward to other than the obvious with this invert?
I'm once again looking for very clean racing, which I know these guys are going to do. For those watching, we do have an E36 leading the pack. Burgess is one of the 2 E36s out there, and then the gold car of Reed Gibson is also an E36. Otherwise, yes, we are Spec E46 M3, as some of us like to call it.
Love it. All right, up onto the front straightaway, coming to the green flag. John Burgess finds himself controlling the field. To his right, Anthony Dominici coming down the front straight. We've had kind of a random timing on this green flag. You're letting him get nice and close this time as well for Heat 3. 8 laps underway. Green flag flies for John Burgess, and it's already looking like Michael Hilo trying to get racy from 3rd. Little bit of a gap from the rest of the field as Jonathan Lugod struggling a bit to get the Del Sol up to speed. Looks like he got swamped just a little bit down into turn 1. Now up over the crest into turn 2. Burgess and Dominici, who comes out on top. These drivers maybe not the quickest in the field, but if they can make a bit of a breakaway. The other car to keep an eye on, though, is, wow, look at this, Anthony Zwane, I think already around the outside for 2nd, as we are still side by side for 1st with Burgess and Dominici.
Going 3 wide into turn 2, out of turn 2 there was great to watch. Everyone keeping it clean. Looks like, we had Friesen off a little bit there before turn 3, but now we have more, and Zwane already out front. We'll see what happens as this gets shaken up more.
Yeah, Zwane into 2nd. I think it's Hilo and Dominici now side by side for 3rd in the pair of BMWs, bottlenecking the rest of the field just a little bit. It's like a whole bunch of other cars have gone through as well. Matt Ailes, Justin Moore up a couple positions. As well as Tony Rodriguez. Maybe the big mover and shaker in the wrong direction at the start here has been Lugod, as it looks like the Del Sol sits in either 7th or 8th position after starting 4th. That is or maybe 5th, excuse me. That's a bit of a tough pill to swallow this late in the weekend, but a top 2 breakaway. Then we settle in with Again, that's Burgess, I think, and Zwain are your top two. Coming down into the braking zone for the first time into turn 10. Get an eye on this car a little bit
top two
closer.
right now
It's
is
not
actually Moore.
at all. It's Justin Moore.
Yep, it's Justin Moore. Yeah, a little insider information. Lugata did a tire swap before this race, and maybe those tires just weren't scrubbed in enough to give him confidence.
Yeah, good point. That car, one of the lighter cars in the series as well, so that'll make it take a little bit longer. So yeah, big surprise here. I missed it until really late in this lap, but it's Justin Moore leading the race after starting in the 7th position. Anthony Zwain having started 8th. Both drivers wasting absolutely no time. Justin Moore is your race leader. Anthony Zwain is 2nd. Tony Rodriguez has raced his way through at the last minute up to 3rd to lead that pack of 3 for 3rd, 4th, and 5th coming into turn 1. Michael Hilo and Anthony Dominici also still holding on. John Burgess has slipped down to 6th, just in front of Michael Hilo, and Jonathan Lugod is in 8th. That's your top 8. John Friesen able to pick up about 3 spots at the start. He sits 9th, and Jack Wishmeyer all the way from the back of the pack up into 10th in that gold Civic coupe.
Zwain pushing that car hard. These guys are dipping the wheel there coming out of 5. You see the dust being kicked up. It's nice to see Zwain have to work so far. He hasn't had to work in race 1 and 2 as much, but now he's got Justin to chase down here.
I'm impressed with how quick a work they made. It's a little tough to tell exactly where that all happened, but I'm sure it was a lot easier trackside when you recognize the cars, of course, but Moore and Zwain, like you said, wasting no time. Zwain has started on pole and run away both of heats 1 and 2. Now has to get a little bit racy. So far has been relatively patient. Doesn't look like Justin Moore holding him up at all as they've pulled away a little bit more from Tony Rodriguez this lap. Last time across the start-finish line, it was about 3 seconds from 2nd to 3rd. But I'll tell you, Zwain is all over the back of Justin Moore, just kind of keeping the pressure as heavy as possible without getting rowdy, as you definitely would rather finish 2nd than lose the opportunity to finish the race at all.
Yeah, especially because that's going to set the tone for the main here later today. We want to keep it clean as always. It's that Jack Wishmeyer going a little wide down the back straight there.
Yeah, you joked yesterday in the race that Michael Hilo was kind of an immovable wall, and he's doing it again this race, going defensive on John Lugod. Excuse me, John, I keep saying it wrong. Lugod coming into the final sequence of corners, and then we were nearly 3 wide just behind them.
And while we were
Burgess,
talking, we
Hilo.
missed it. Zwain got by Moore here.
Oh, at the front straight, yes.
At the front
new leader.
straight, a new leader.
6 laps to go, and Anthony Zwain has wasted no time. We're side by side as well for, is this Hilo and Lugod? I think it is, down into turn 1.
That is
Battling
correct.
it out for, is this 4th position? Next car's into shot. No, it's Dominici, Burgess, 4th and 5th. Then that battle between Hilo and Lugod around the outside for the Del Sol, trying to make it work. And in the background, there are 5 cars duking it out with Friesen, Wishmeyer, Kanev, Ailes, and Gibson all in that scrum. This is awesome stuff.
Lugod through. Look at that. This is, I don't know where to look.
I'll tell you, you don't make an outside move at turn 2 here very often at all. So maybe the new tires or maybe something holding them back at the initial green flag, but that Del Sol has plenty of pace now. Just muscled his way through on Michael Hilo there. Jack Wishmeyer has picked up a bunch of spots since the last time across the start-finish line. I think that is now all the way up to 7th for the J32 Civic driver. Up into turn 9 for the field. This is the 3rd time around the circuit in this 8-lap main. Going to the, or in this 8-lap heat race, excuse me, coming into the main later today. You're not going to want to miss that. It's at 3:30 p.m. Pacific time, so in a couple hours, that will be a 12-lap main. Kind of the final feather in the cap for one of these drivers at the end of the weekend. So things have settled out now. Anthony Zwain leading the race over Justin Moore. Tony Rodriguez comfortably ahead of now John Lugod in the Civic Del Sol. No, excuse me, Anthony Dominici and John Burgess are still in there. Those guys duking it out for 4th. Dominici still has the position over Burgess, who started this race on pole. Then it's Lugod, Hilo, Friesen, and Wishmeyer rounding out the top 10. So I misspoke on Wishmeyer as well, as I keep forgetting Dominici, Burgess. They're kind of in their own no man's land duel, but mano-y-mano between that E36 and E46 driver. The E46 has it, the E36 wants it.
There you go. You're getting it. And I'm watching the top three right now. They're actually starting to close up a little bit. T-Rod's catching up onto more here, and Zwain's not pulling ahead as much as I thought here.
Now, Joe, this weekend, are the drivers allowed to, they're obviously allowed to change tires through the weekend because Lugod did so. So they're maybe having to, if they don't have another set of tires, just kind of make sure they're keeping it easy on the car to be, have some gas in the tank, maybe figuratively, for the main.
Yeah, correct. No one's going to have fresh for the main, I can tell you that much. What we're seeing here is what they're going to be running on the main. So with 12 laps in the main, it'll be interesting to see how tire management plays a role here.
I know we've had a big influx of the Maxxis VR2 200 treadwear kind of Super 200 into this series. It's maybe the fastest raw pace tire that's eligible, but it does have a reputation of falling off just a little bit relative to some of the other competitors, especially the Kumo tends to be maybe the most durable tire that's eligible for this group. Not sure if anyone's running that, but it is something to think about, and it's mostly just tire temp. You're not burning the rubber off the tire and running out of tire, literally. You're just keeping the tire too hot too long, and it just starts to really wear away the performance that the car can have. As Anthony Zwain has, as you said, kind of stabilized the lead, but I would say maybe pulled out another couple car lengths this lap over Justin Moore, who is starting to get a lot of pressure now from Tony Rodriguez, less than 5 car lengths back in the battle for second and third. And then the great battle between Dominici and Burgess as well. Then Jonathan Lugod, then Michael Hilo. Jack Wishmeyer has passed John Friesen, or at least he had last time across the start-finish line. That will round out the top 9. Matt Ailes has not been able to make much progress in this race as he sits 10th in that white and blue E46, excuse me, under the bridge coming into the final corner. Look at this. Tony Rodriguez is basically there.
He's right there with him. Speaking of tires, so the top 2 were definitely on VR2. Tony Rodriguez is actually running Toyo this weekend as he comes to grips with that tire. It's first time running it. He's shaking the car down more and more. And, you know, speaking of the heat management, this could be what we're seeing right now, where maybe Justin's cooked those tires a little bit, whereas Tony's got good life in those tires right now.
Yeah, the Toyo is really the only non-200 treadwear tire that's eligible, but the performance super similar. It's just designed in a little bit of a different method. Pass for Matt Ailes up the inside, I think, of Jack Wishmeyer back in the bottom half of the top 10 going into turn 2. But to finish that thought, I agree that maybe more slightly focused race tire is a bit easier on the temps, as it's pretty hot and toasty, absolutely beating down sun on this race surface as well. So the track temp going to be at least 20 to 30 degrees hotter than the air temp.
Looks like we got a little bit of Ailes getting a little close to that Stubbs there. Looks like he's riding the bumper of Stubbs. We'll see what happens as they go up towards 8 and 9 here.
Halfway through this race, working lap number 5. As we come to the second stage of this race, the Lotus Elise or Exige in the background. I think this is Adam Bow, maybe struggling with pace just a little bit in this race. He's been in the scrum. We're going to
want to watch turn 14 here. They're about to be side by side down the break zone here. Watch T-Rod and Moore into the final corner here.
Yeah, it's inevitable at this point. Tony Rodriguez with a run out of the final couple of corners. This is flat out, but just turning the steering wheel, hanging on for dear life. He ends up to the inside on the braking zone for the first of the final 2 corners. The sharper of the 2 will likely be able to clear the position, but he's got to focus on getting a good run here. The next 2 cars in shot. Rodriguez clears Justin Moore, but it's not done yet. The second longest straightaway on the racetrack is next, and this might give Justin Moore an opportunity to come back. No, it looks like Rodriguez really nailed the exit there and pulls out about a couple, 2-3 car lengths.
While we're talking, Ailes made a move on Stubbs through that final corner as well, so we had a shake up there. Now Ailes is in front of Stubbs, side by side into turn 1.
Here they come right by our camera there. Battle is on for 7th and 8th. John Lugod has slipped away in the Del Sol. That's the red machine coming into the camera next. And then the battle we're talking about between Ailes, Hilo, Wishmeyer is in there as well. And he's going to try to make the outside work if he can. A little brake lock up from the inside rear tire on the Civic. Reed Gibson, Svilen Kenev, and John Friesen also in this 6-car battle for 7th spot.
It's about to turn into a 9-car battle here, it looks like, Tomo. It looks like John's closing in on Burgess and Dominici there, and obviously the train that's now been uncarved from Hilo looks like they're moving up too. This might get into a 9-car battle towards the end of this.
Yeah, this is so fun to watch. I agree that Lugod tends to have maybe the better longevity in that lighter front-wheel drive car. As funny as that might sound, a little bit of a look up the inside. This is Kenev Side by side, he's the driver up the inside for a split second on Reed Gibson, but Gibson carrying the outside, gets the better run up the back straight, will live to fight for another couple corners at least for the 10th spot. Still Zwain, Rodriguez, and Moore, the top three, no changes there. The best battle on the racetrack now into turn 9 as Michael Hilo continues to be the wall that will not be moved, at least not by everybody all at once. It's just a slow trickle as cars get through. Coming to terms with that E46 BMW after years in a 350Z with a couple different drivetrains. Now side by side for Friesen and Kanev in the background. Here they come into turn number 11 through 12, and Friesen not able to make the pass happen. He slots right back in behind. And they are now single file up onto the back straight as this will be 2 to go for these drivers once they hit the front straight.
Very proud of Dominici and Burgess keeping it really clean, nose to tail the whole time here, which again, like you said a moment ago, John might have the upper end towards the end here. He'll be really interesting to watch in the 12-lap race where, you know, that lighter Civic may play a bigger role when we tack on 4 more laps than what they've been doing all weekend.
Yeah, when the tires start to fall off, it can happen very fast, and then you're just kind of stuck with the car. It's not a you know, seconds lap type thing. It's maybe a couple tenths per lap, but it's in all the wrong spots. It's the key corners
Ailes
tend
is
to
all
be the slowest one.
Ailes all over the bumper of John right now. We got to watch this here. Ailes thinking about it up the inside.
Yeah, and Friesen tried the outside as well, coming into turn 2 on, I think, Gibson maybe. Just really didn't work for him. Slipped all the way nearly off the racetrack and had to get back in line. Just outside that top 10. Next car is through the bypass. Lugod and Ailes, as you mentioned, now has run down John Lugod. I think Ailes trying to scan back up. He was effectively the fastest car on the racetrack other than your race leader, Anthony Zwain. He's got a ton of pace at the end of this race. The 4th and 3rd cars in line going up the back straightaway there in this camera shot. The red Del Sol versus the white and blue BMW.
Ailes did a setup change, I know, before this race, so maybe the change worked. He's got more confidence in the car. We might see what he do in turn 10 here against Lugod.
Oh, here he comes up the inside at 9. That's so difficult to make happen because that really is such a fast corner, and we're 3 wide in the background. Kanev, Friesen, and the E36 of Reed Gibson, and I think it was Kanev getting a 2-for-1 in that corner. We're still battling it out between these two, the Del Sol and the BMW, and I think after 2.5 cornors, Matt Ailes is finally able to get through on Lugod.
On the inside of 14.
We're battling up for 4th?
No, I'm watching Ailes go up the inside of John here at 14. So what you were talking about where they were battling a moment ago, that's turn 10. Has got a very tricky downhill brake section with a dip there. So definitely good passing opportunities as we saw them do that.
Yeah, as we come to the white flag, has flown already for Anthony Zwain, Tony Rodriguez, Justin Moore. Then just there across the start-finish line, Dominici and Burgess. But Burgess is hounding Dominici for 4th. Then Ailes, Lugod, Hilo, Wishmeyer. This time across the line, although I don't think it's done yet, Svilen Kanev will hold the 10th position over John Friesen and Reed Gibson, but they were swapping a couple times that lap. Big slide for Lugod, starting to lose the back end on the Del Sol just a little bit. You see that big flat slide moment just over outside of your view in person. That was a big moment for Lugod. You just keep your foot in it, though, in a front-wheel drive car. No biggie.
Sergio Perez here trying to give Brian a run for his money there as they go into 5 right now, side by side of the Z and the Gen 286 BRZ.
But it's all Anthony Zwain. He's just completely gone once again, is about to make it 3 for 3 if he can hold on to it. Tony Rodriguez, after making the move on Justin Moore, checked out by maybe 10 car lengths. It was about 1 second at the line last time by between 2nd and 3rd. And the best battle on the racetracks are for probably 4th and maybe 9th, as those drivers have just been duking it out the last couple of laps. 2 more corners to go for Anthony Zwain to pick up his 3rd weekend win. Make it a perfect score through the heat races before the main, coming at you a little bit later today, 3:30 Pacific time for the Western Touring Car Championship from the Thunderhill Open. And it's Anthony Zwain up onto the front straight for the final time, the 8th lap, bringing it home for the 36 to pick up his 3rd win on the weekend. Checkered flag and a race victory for Anthony Zwain. Rodriguez 2nd, Justin Moore 3rd. Is there any swapping in the background as we have dust flying? 1 car off the racetrack a little bit at turn 11 and 12, and is just still in the gravel trying to rejoin, fights it back onto the racetrack. And this was one of our drivers who was duking it out in that top 10 scrum. Who was it? It was the Sergio Perez GR86 that slipped off the racetrack.
Car way off coming out of 15.
Oh, and this is Lugod also going completely agricultural in the Del Sol as well. So just now, Anthony Dominici comes across the finish line to finish 4th. Burgess holds on for 5th, but Matt Ailes hard charging at the very end. Not enough time. Brings it home 6th. Lugod, with that slip, maintains 7th over Michael Hilo 8th. Jack Wishmeyer 9th. John Friesen 10th. Keeps it in the top 10 over Reed Gibson and Svilen Kanev, rounding out your top 12. Sergio Perez slotting into 13th despite the adventures in turns 10 and 11. Stephen Ellis, Brian Barron, Danny Gross, Brian Zimmerman, and now Adam Bow will come across the start-finish line. That should be all of our finishers in the Western Touring Car Championship. Race heat number 3. Joe, what do you think? That was pretty awesome stuff.
That was great. These guys are putting on a great show. The inversion did its thing. We had some great battles there. I'm looking forward to the main to see what 4 extra laps brings us. As you saw, once Matt Ailes broke away from Lugod, I knew he had the pace there. You could see it by his lap time. He went from a 2:02 to 1:59 once he got in that clean air. So it'll be really good to see how these guys do for the main heat. I'm actually going to drop off, though, Tomo. Thank you guys for having me on. I got to go scale these guys, make sure they're all playing by the rule book.
Perfect. Well, thanks for joining us. That was Joe McGuigan, this weekend's race director, but more often than not, a competitor in the Western Touring Car Championship. Been a lot of fun watching this series this weekend. And that'll do it, Brian, for us here in the morning's racing action after the Heat 3 for Spec Miata and Western Touring Car Championship. We will be back later today, starting at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time, for Formula Awesome's race number 2. That should be a 12-lap race. And then Spec Miata and Western Touring Car Championship will have their main 12-lap races at 2:45 Pacific and 3:30 Pacific, respectively. Those will be the last 2 things we bring you here. Last 3 things, we bring you here on the live stream. So we will talk to you in just a little bit. Before we go, let's thank our sponsors. Again, Logitech G, actually supplying a full sim rig to the weekend winners of each of our categories. It's an RS50 driving simulator, same one I've got right here next to me. It's a pretty nice setup. And then Toyo Tires, of course, supporting us. And also the Spec Tire in Spec Miata. Brian, any closing thoughts before we head to lunch?
No, this thing, it just keeps building and building and building, and every heat is a little more exciting, and we get to know these drivers and their tendencies over the first 3 heats. And as a broadcaster and I'm a storyteller. That's my main job. I like pressing the buttons, but I love telling the stories. We've definitely put the first 3 chapters of the stories into what we've got going on today. Chapter 4, the conclusion, coming up here this afternoon, should be absolutely fantastic, and I cannot wait to bring it to everybody. All right.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So for Brian Belansky here in the booth, my name's Tom O'Gorman. You're watching the first ever Thunderhill Open. We'll be back at 1:30 Pacific for more green flag racing. See you then. Hello, everybody, drivers, teams, family, fans, and friends. Welcome back to the Thunderhill Open at Thunderhill Raceway Park, the first ever of its kind, and hopefully the first of many to come. We're back after a lunch break for 3 more races as we bring you live pictures here on the Racing Network. My name's Tom O'Gorman, joined in the booth by Brian Belansky, who's also directing the show, bringing you all these live pictures from trackside. If you are trackside, hope you've been enjoying it. Looks like it's a beautiful day out there. Low 70s. Yeah, a bit breezy. Gusts up to 40 plus miles an hour today. So if you see the cameras shaking, that's why. But we're getting going for race 2, the final race of the weekend for Formula Awesome. It's going to be a 12-lap race, and these drivers and cars are some of the fastest cars we will see this weekend, especially at the front of this field. Sub 150 at Thunderhill out here on the 3-mile East Circuit, and it's going to be a split start as well. Before we get to the starting grid, Brian with me here, and as we get into the final 3 sets of races, anything from trackside you picked up during lunch, anything you should maybe want to share, want to talk about, and hello also, hope your lunch was nice.
Yeah, our lunch was good. Trackside is it's a wind-blown Thunderhill, as you can see from the pictures. That is the talk of the whole weekend, honestly, with the power outage and the wind and everything. But in the end, the racing has been fantastic, and everyone's excited. And we're going to do 3 great races this afternoon. It's feature race time. It's what we've all been working all towards for the weekend. The heats are out of the way. Now it does. I mean, it always mattered where you finish, but this is where the green jacket's going to be handed out for all these drivers, and the prize, the Logitech prizes, and the gift certificates, and all that fun stuff. All the marbles are on the line here for the 3 races this afternoon. So,
all the marbles. This is Formula Awesome. We also have Spec, Miata, and the Western Touring Car Championship coming your way. But let's get to our starting grid. It will be a 2-wave start. The faster of the cars will be in this first wave. Starting on the overall pole, and the pole in Formula Atlantic, Jim Molley with a time of 1:45.3, the fastest car of the weekend. To his outside, Dan Decker will start on the front of the front row in his Formula 3 car, the pole sitter in that class. Then we have the pole sitter in Formula Mazda, Christian Akpish will start 3rd, and 4th in the first wave will be Cameron Parsons out of Formula Atlantic. Second place in Formula Mazda, we're getting into a stream of these cars. The 78 of Brad Drew starting alongside Stu Tabak. Then Lars Jensen. Lars Jensen there in the number 63 will start in the 4th row in wave number 1. Larry Schnurr will start to his outside 8th. Then Richie Hollingsworth, and I got double times for Stu Tabak. So I think that will round out our first heat with Richie Hollingsworth. Then in the second wave, all Formula 4 cars. Eric Doan is on the pole by about 0.8 of a second over Lucas Hand. Then Austin Tiller and Mauricio Robbins, the fan favorites over on YouTube. Hello, YouTube live chat. Will be starting 3rd and 4th in that second wave. Scott Pyle and Zachary Lewis will start side by side in row 3. Then Robert Arana and Jeremy Thomas in row 4. Yana Kapoor in the number 116 will start in the inside of row 5. Anna Palestro on the outside. And Chloe Jade did not turn a time in qualifying earlier today. Hopefully has made the grid in that 11-car Formula 4 field. Driving on the 3-mile East Circuit here at Thunderhill Raceway Park, one of my top 5 favorite racetracks, and we're about to go racing here in Formula Awesome. The field already on the front straight for wave number 1. The green flag flies. The Formula Atlantic gets a huge launch already for Jim Molley, but Dan Decker in the Formula 3, the turbo car there, does keep him honest. Christian Akpish, though, the driver to watch, that car was so quick on the opening laps yesterday, actually led the race overall for a couple of laps before slipping back in that slightly slower Formula Mazda. And then wave 2, about 30 seconds between them, coming up onto the front straight for all of Formula 4 here in Formula Awesome. These cars all identical, homologated to the Formula 4 specification. And it's Eric Doan who's bringing them to the green flag. He had about, again, an 0.8 advantage in qualifying. Yesterday, we saw this driver in the white and red drive away off into the distance, but it's a bit of a scrum at the start, nearly 3 wide, as Austin Tiller, who has not had a very smooth weekend, looking to make the best of it here in race number 2, got hardly any laps yesterday. And we'll watch this Formula 4 field come through turn 1 and now into turn 2 on our camera shots. These cars nice and strung out for the most part, nearly single file, except for second position, as it's still Austin Tiller and Lucas Hand, I think, going at it for that second position. Now rounding into turn 3, around turn 4 as well. Really important to stay single file, not lose a lot of track time in this section of the racetrack as the section starts to spread out just a little bit more. The corners get a little bit easier to navigate. You can really kind of take things to somebody, make a run happen, and then try to make time in Sector 1. Coming up through the Cyclone here at the Crow's Nest, this is turn 5. These cars running the classic layout, the sharper corner there, and then up onto the back straight for the first time for all of our Formula 4 drivers. Again, 4 different classes represented here within one race. Formula Awesome letting all sorts of people take part in these races. But again, Eric Doan just driving away from the rest of the field in Formula 4 at turn 9 as we rejoin the overall leaders. Jim Malley, Christian Ockpish, again, just so quick out of the gate up to second and is hounding Molly in the slightly slower Formula Mazda. That's the only H-pattern car in the field. It's the 13B Mazda Rotary. And again, it's just so confident in the car early in the race. He's the second car there. Then we have Decker, the third car in shot. Cameron Parsons with a nice start out of his Formula Atlantic. It's actually a Formula Speed car, if you're familiar with that class, but jumping up to Formula Atlantic to be scored here this weekend, racing against Jim Molly, who has already driven off into the distance just a little bit. The fastest car on the racetrack, Formula Atlantic, by design, leads by 4 seconds across the start-finish line for that overall battle. But right now, we're watching Larry Schnurr, Stu Tabak, Brad Drew, and Lars Jensen all in a traffic jam. Looks like Schnurr still getting the car up to speed into the window that he likes and is struggling to hold off that slew of 3 Formula Mazdas, the Rotaries, just behind Brian.
Thanks for talking a lot, Tom. I had to get our timing pylon back working again. We had a little power hit during lunch, and thankfully everything appears now that I've pressed some buttons to be back up and working again. Yeah, already some fast and furious action here as I jump back and forth between the first group, the Formula Atlantic, Formula Mazda F3 group, and then we've got the F4s out there as well. They're now coming down turn 6 or going through turn 6, and they've already spread out a little bit in the early portion of their race here.
They have just a little bit. I think these cars, all of the cars in this race, going to be fighting the wind more than anybody else. We're watching Eric Doan drive at the camera now through turn 8 into turn 9. Into second position, Lucas Hand held off Austin Tiller's early charge. Scott Pyle actually up from 5th to 3rd at the start of this race as well. A great start for the 115. Then the 117 of Austin Tiller settles into 4th. Mauricio Robbins settling into 5th. That's the first 5 cars coming into the camera shot here. They've broken away from the rest the other 6 of the Formula 4 cars by just a little bit. Here comes 6th place now. That is Jeremiah Thomas, who has his hands full just a little bit with Robert Arana into turn 11. By the way, shout out to Brian Belansky here in the booth with me, controlling everything, directing the show. Also, this entire facility powered on generators right now due to the wind. We're making everything we can happen for you here at the Thunderhill Open for live pictures, but also trackside action up onto the front straightaway. Eric Doan leads lap number 2 of 12. We've got 10 to go. And these drivers may be driving away for their life just a bit because they're going to want all 12 laps. And if Jim Molly laps them in his fast Formula Atlantic, they might lose out on a lap. They have to keep track of that kind of thing when we get to the closing stages of this race.
So the 4th car that comes into our view here is Cameron Parsons in his Formula Atlantic. We had him up in the booth yesterday to talk a little bit about these conditions, and it is a wind out of the north. So on the back stretch, he is driving directly into the wind. On the front stretch, the front straight, they're literally having the wind push them into turn 1. And then, of course, when that fast sweeper of turn 1 and 2, you've got a crosswind, and it's all kinds of setup nightmare for everybody.
Yeah, I can't even imagine it. These wings obviously designed to keep the cars on the ground, but if you turn them backwards, meaning you have a tailwind, and all of a sudden you get a big gust of wind, specifically I think at turn 1, as you can see the wind blowing what would be a perfect tailwind in turn 1, but also a perfect tailwind as you exit turn 9. Those are probably the 2 spots where these drivers really have to be on top of things, because if they get maybe a 30 to 40 mile an hour gust of lift at the exit of those corners or at turn 1, the entry, that could be definitely exciting. And Cameron Parsons driving that Formula Speed, which is essentially a race car invented and introduced in 2016, built in California using a 2-liter Mazda MZR motor. So it's not a full-on Formula Atlantic, but he's holding down second place in that class. Malley continues to lead the race over Dan Decker, Christian Ockpish, third. Those are your top three. And your race leaders in Atlantic, Formula 3, and Formula Mazda. We rejoin the action for Formula 4 up the front straightaway, starting their fourth lap of the race. Eric Doan continuing to lead the race, but has stopped pulling off into the distance, I would say, at this point. Lucas Hand able to hold him a little bit more to the fire today, and just within striking distance if Eric Doan has a bit of a slip up. And then a great three-car train. Scott Pyle, Austin Tiller, Mauricio Roberts. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 coming into your camera shot. There they are, 1, 2, 3. Bit of a gap back to the rest of the field, but that battle for third is certainly still on in Formula 4.
There are the team cars there. There's 4 of them that look identical to those 2 cars going through our screen right now with the little turquoise blue roll hoop. And then we've got a couple of other team cars here as well, which of course is great if you're part of that team, but for Tom and I to be able to pick out which ones are which, it's an absolute announcer's nightmare. So we just look at the timing and scoring screen and assume it's right.
Right, we'll do our best for sure. Noticing also a couple different generations of Formula 4 cars represented here. Some the newer cars with the halo, some the older cars without the halo, and both eligible in this class, both very similar in performance ability, but that's why you might see them look just slightly different between the two. And working their way up onto the back straightaway, starting for the 4th time. 8 laps to go as Jim Molley is just across the start finish line now, I think, and resets the fast lap of the race at a 146 flat. His fast lap of the weekend, by the way, a 144.9. Maybe he can reset that. Let's call it a track record. Why not? It's the first ever Thunderhill Open. We can call all these a track record if we want.
We can make anything up. I got the boss right behind me. Well, we'll just make stuff up. Yeah, we'll call them track records. We'll give away some, purple jackets this weekend as well. We're just gonna make it all up as we go here. So Tom, how hard is it to now reset your brain? Eight lap races throughout the whole weekend. Now we're going 12 laps. Is that a big deal for these drivers, or is it just like four more laps? Big deal.
Well, these drivers have both done a 12-lap race, Brian. So I know we've shifted from the 8-lap heats of the other 2 classes to this. So these drivers, no different. But if they were in that case, you do have to manage things just a little bit differently. As again, the heat in the tires is probably the biggest thing, but also your mental bandwidth. It's not a linear thing. If you kind of hit lap, you hit your bandwidth at lap 8, you're starting to have to breathe a little bit heavy. The muscles getting a little bit tired. Maintaining that for 4 more laps is not like, oh, it's just 4 more laps. That is a lot of work.
Right.
And you're kind of begging for the white flag to come out. But these drivers should be pretty used to this session length, as we've just caught a quick shot of Jim Molley already starting to catch the back of Formula 4, working his way through that field. And I think that means that Eric Doan, Lucas Hand, Scott Pyle, Austin Tiller, Mauricio Robbins, all these top runners in Formula 4 probably need to have expected to only do 11 laps, not 12. If they hadn't thought about that, that could be an interesting timing change. But most of these drivers probably on a team radio, probably having a bit of information available, as not only keeping track of that type of thing is very difficult in these cars, but also we talk about it a lot in these open wheel classes, Brian. The rearward visibility is a bit of a PITA, if you know what I'm saying. You can't really see much with the tiny little mirrors on these race cars. You have to be you have to be ready to receive information from the team or be really paying attention when someone faster comes up on you.
Yeah, and the other thing we don't know today, because there's really no hard and fast tire rules on any of our classes today, is, tire strategy could be wildly different from one car to the other. They're not all, necessarily going out on fresh tires every session, or maybe they're trying to stretch the tires all weekend. Some may have decided to put a fresh set on just for this last race of the weekend. So that's always a wild card that is impossible for us to guess. Whereas in some other series, we've got, we know they're starting the weekend and it's the same set of tires for the entire weekend.
Right. Yeah, that's the case for Spec Miata specifically. If we hang on this camera for just a little bit, I think we're going to get the front runners of Formula 4 momentarily. Eric Doan still leading the race. Enjoys now a 4-second lead over Lucas Hand. Then it's about 2 seconds back to Scott Pyle and less than a second between Pyle and Tiller. At the line last time, there's Doan into turn 6. Here comes Hand through turn 5 into 6. And then that trio, this time by Brian, it looks like Scott Pyle has had a really strong sector 1, has pulled out maybe a couple extra car lengths onto the back straight for this 6th time as we just hit halfway through the race, last time across the start-finish line for Jim Molley.
Interesting to see that these Formula 4 cars already catching what was considered the faster class with the first split start. So they're actually making some pretty good lap times here. Only Decker and Molley are lapping faster than Doan and Hand. So these cars are not slouchy by any stretch, and neither are the people driving them.
No, not at all. These Formula 4 cars especially, they're kind of the most modern new stepping stone that gets you into the ladder system towards, in theory, Formula 1, but of course also IndyCar, the higher levels of Formula racing here in the United States or globally. It means they're all the same. It means you buy them the way they come. You don't have to build them. The maintenance is a little bit better than maybe those Formula Mazdas from the 80s and 90s that are also in this race. But they are heavier. They do have the extra safety, of course. So they are, in theory, the slowest cars on this racetrack, but that doesn't mean the drivers and car combo means they're the slowest on the racetrack. Across the start-finish line for the 6th time, starting lap number 7 for our Formula 4 cars. At the front of the field, though, it's still Jim Molley, Dan Decker, Christian Ockpish, leading overall in the top 3, leading their classes respectively. Cameron Parsons and Larry Schnurr, second in their classes, Formula Atlantic and Formula 3, respectively, before a train of Formula Mazdas, and Brad Drew has pulled out about a 2-second advantage over Stu Tabak, who set his own personal best lap time last time through. Yesterday, we saw Drew, Tabak, and Jensen in a great train battling each other out, but today it's 2 seconds and nearly 11 seconds separating those 3 cars, so that's fizzled just a little bit today here in race 2 for Formula Awesome at the Thunderhill Open. We've just passed halfway through. Let's thank our partners who are making this broadcast happen, Toyo Tires and Logitech G. We'll be right back to bring you the last 5 or so laps of Formula Awesome here at the first ever Thunderhill Open.
Go.
Big thanks to Toyo Tires and Logitech G for supporting us here this weekend at the Thunderhill Open, of course, as well as all the track staff and all of the volunteers who are making this event happen. We have essentially volunteers at the top of all these race series who are organizing things, race directing and stewarding, as well as scrutineering, as well as operations, basically everything you need to make a race weekend happen. As this West Coast crew of competitors has come together to put on the first Thunderhill Open here, watching the battle for Formula 4 through turn 2, coming up on their first of maybe a couple lapped traffic, driving at the camera right now. That is your race leader in Formula 4, also running 10th overall, Eric Doan, who's expanded his lead up to about 5 seconds now over Lucas Hand, running second. He just came through the camera shot there. And then we have Austin Tiller chasing Scott Pyle for third. Mauricio Robbins also still right within touch, but it looks like these drivers have kind of settled into their pace, which is almost identical to one another, but unfortunately for each other, about 10 car lengths apart at this point in the race. Nice to see Austin Tiller able to get a good race under his belt. I'll knock on my wood desk here so that he can finish the last 4 laps out after a bit of a nightmare day 1. Got hardly any laps there in the 117 car and now finds himself fighting for a podium. Got a lot of fans in the YouTube live chat here joining us for the Thunderhill Open on the Racing Network. About 50 people watching live, and then, of course, more trackside. I think next lap, the Formula 4 leader, Eric Doan, just crossing under the bridge into turn 14. We'll catch Richie Hollingsworth, who runs 5th in Formula Mazda, or 6th, excuse me. Slipped back a bit from the rest of the field as he started at the back of wave number 1. Still right within touch of Lars Jensen. Those 2 cars coming into turn number 1 right now, the 63 and the number 9, duking it out for 5th and 6th in class. And they're about to be joined by your top 2 in Formula 4. Jim Molley continues to lead the race over Dan Decker. The gap now between your Formula Atlantic leader and your Formula 3 leader overall is about 34 seconds. That tells the big story of how much faster Jim Molley. Now the 63 and the number 9 duking it up. And we have Christian Akpish turning fast lap after fast lap, just set his own personal best. Leading Formula Mazda. We're side by side for some teammates. Back to Formula 4 action. This should be Yana Kapoor and maybe Anna Palestro. Jeremiah Thomas and Zach Lewis. Or is that Robert Arana? Sorry. Again, these 4 cars look identical.
They all
Brian,
look alike.
Manifesting that for us. But they were side by side into turn 1. I think this is Arana and Lewis coming now into turn 3. And something happened to Scott Pyle. I need to make sure this isn't a timing and scoring anomaly, but he slipped back from 3rd to 6th or 7th in class, having not scored his 6th lap. Issue there. We'll try to catch up visually on the number 115.
Right.
See if we can find that car on the racetrack or if that's just an anomaly. But if it's true, that would mean Austin Tiller is up on the podium now in the 117 car.
Yeah, I just jumped in, and that was the double audio. I apologize for that, but I wanted to check. You mentioned there were 50 people watching right now. Only 15 people have liked the show. That means that at least 30 of you haven't hit the like button. So like and subscribe to the Racing Network. See where I'm going? Smash the like button. That's what the kids say. And show us some love here. We really appreciate it. And yesterday we had more than 1,000 stream watchers, which was absolutely fantastic for a first-time stream out here. Let's keep it going today and hit that like and subscribe button. There's a ton of other stuff on the Racing Network as well. Some great podcasts, both about motorsports as well as sim racing, which is also motorsports of a different level. And yeah, tons of stuff on the network. We really have fun doing it, and I hope you guys all enjoy it as well.
Side by side into turn 14 for Robert Arana and Zachary Lewis. Now up onto the front straightaway, the teammates duking it out. The gloves are off between these two, and as they go side by side, another teammate of this team coming into the frame just a little bit more. Jeremiah Thomas there across the start-finish line. He sits about 10 seconds back, make it 8 seconds, about behind that battle between Lewis and Arana. But Zachary Lewis in the front of these two cars was able to make the pass back in turn 14. Now holds down the 5th position in class, as indeed something happened to Scott Pyle. He is still circulating the racetrack, having completed his 9th lap last time by, but an error somewhere. We missed it on our cameras. He's all the way back in 7th in class, which has promoted Austin Tiller, Mauricio Robbins, Zachary Lewis, Robert Arana, and Jeremiah Thomas all up 1 spot. That's 3rd through 7th. Respectively. Eric Doan continuing to lead the class, but Lucas Hand set his personal best lap time last time through and took 5/10 out of Doan's lead. 2 laps to go. The math is not on his side, but he does still sit within striking distance there in Formula 4.
White flag should be coming out here any minute for your race leader, Jim Molley, in the Formula Atlantic class. I believe it's this white car coming out at us now, or I could be wrong. I guess I'm not right on that. But anyway, he's working his second to last lap here as we get ready to finish this one up. Now the starter looks like he's ready to throw a flag, and there it is. Jim Molley, your Formula Atlantic race leader right now. He's got 3 miles to go to bring home another checkered flag this weekend.
And he's lapping about 6 seconds faster than the cars just in front of him. So that would be your race leaders in Formula 4, Eric Doan and Lucas Hand. And also your 5th and 6th place cars in Formula Mazda, Lars Jensen and Richie Hollingsworth. So again, if Jim Molley is not paying attention, he doesn't have to do anything about that. But if he passes them, he's going to end their race just a little bit short, putting them 1 lap down. There's your leaders in Formula 4, working their way through the lap traffic at turn 5. And then there is Molley in that super wide, low-slung Formula Atlantic. Looks like Eric Doan was just able to slip through on Lars Jensen, and Lucas Hand is able to get through on Richie Hollingsworth, a pair of Formula 4 front runners, passing a pair of Formula Mazdas. Therefore, just inside the top 10 overall. Impressive. They've run the Mazdas down, actually, after that split start. And now one of the Mazdas getting out of the way for Eric Doan. I mistook those cars. They're backwards. It's just now Eric Doan getting through on Lars Jensen. Coming into turn 10 for what will be Jim Molley's last time, the 5th car in shot. Will it be the last time for the next 4 cars, though, as we have got all sorts of side-by-side action? This has reintroduced Richie Hollingsworth's opportunity to make a pass on Lars Jensen, but Eric Doan did make quick work to get through those 2 Formula Mazdas, maintains his lead over Lucas Hand. I think Hand did get through just a little bit quicker, but not by enough to change this race's shape entirely. Checkered flag next time by for Jim Molley to take his 2nd overall win of the weekend. How many of these cars does he get by, Brian? Down the front straightaway.
Yeah,
Looks
I don't
like Formula 4 top 2 are going to get one more lap. And actually, Molley paid attention. He saw that those Mazdas were still duking it out, backed off.
Very nice.
And takes the checkered flag for the win and is going to gift, that is Lars Jensen and Richie Hollingsworth, one more race lap coming now down into turn 2.
All right, we're going to follow this battle, Formula 4, all the way through to the finish now. Oh, back to that one. I was waiting for him. There they are.
Yeah, the battle between Doan and Luke and Hand was just under 4 seconds at the just over 2 seconds at the start-finish line. So they dropped down the hill at the Cyclone back into turn 5 and then turn left at turn 6. That's the gap visually between the top 2 cars in Formula 4, those first 2 cars in the camera shot. That 5th car just popping up there, Jim Molley on his cooldown lap. As any moment now, Dan Decker will cross the start-finish line and complete his race, taking the win in Formula 3. There he goes down the front straightaway. And just a couple seconds further back from there will be your winner in Formula Mazda, Christian Akpish, up onto the front straightaway as well. Takes the win just barely in front of Cameron Parsons, holding on for 3rd overall is Akpish, then Parsons 4th overall. And it looks like this battle in Formula 4 is just not quite enough space that Lucas Hand was able to make up on Eric Doan. Doan has been undeniable so far this weekend and is on his way to take his 2nd win with 2 braking zones left. Under the bridge, down a couple gears, around the tighter of the final 2 corners, and up onto the front straightaway. So your winner in Atlantic, Molley, your winner in Formula 3, Decker, your winner in Formula Mazda, Akpish, and officially now Eric Doan is your winner in Formula 4 with Lucas Hand about 2.5 seconds at bay, just behind. Lars Jensen holds on over Richie Hollingsworth in Formula Mazda there towards the back of their pack. And then we wait for Austin Tiller and Mauricio Robbins, who were within 2 seconds of each other the last time we saw them on camera, coming up onto the front straight any moment now. The 117, a great redemption here at day 2 at the Thunderhill Open. Looks like he will be holding on any moment now onto the front straight. He was making me nervous. I talked him up all this time, Brian, and now he hasn't popped into view.
Announcer's curse.
I do commentator's curse Austin Tiller here, but any moment he will be onto the front straightaway for the final time.
Let's see if I can go find him.
You know what happened? They were a lap down. They're already done.
Yeah,
so that's because
Yep.
Jim Molley went through on them. I got myself all excited without realizing the details there. So Austin Tiller has way back when already taken 3rd position over Mauricio Robbins, 2 seconds between them at the start-finish line. Then 5th, Zach Lewis, Robert Arana 6th, and the rest of that Formula 4 grid. Good action from Formula Awesome that will round out their competitive sessions for the race weekend. And we move forward to our final 2 races of this Thunderhill Open at Thunderhill Raceway Park. First up at about 2:45 Pacific time. That's in about 45 minutes time. Spec Miata will be on the racetrack for their 12-lap main. It's a winner-take-all format, so all the cards to play for. Oh, and just a Logitech sim racing rig as well. Then we get to 3:30 Pacific time. That's in about 3.5 hours. Nope. 1.5 hours. Oh my gosh. I don't know how I did that math. In 1.5 hours time, the Western Touring Car Championship will do their 12-lap main as well. So we're going to take a bit of a break on the commentary here. You may still see some live pictures. That would be the SpeedSF Homologation Special. The track day group enjoying some open lapping here at Thunderhill Raceway. And again, we'll be back at 2:45 Pacific time for Spec Miata. I'm Tom O'Gorman, Brian Belansky joining me in the booth. This is the first ever Thunderhill Open from Thunderhill Raceway Park. If you're going to go anywhere, set a timer for 40 minutes from now, and we'll see you for race day in Spec Miata and WTCC. Welcome back to the Thunderhill Open at Thunderhill Raceway Park, and all the marbles are on the table to play for here for our final two mains. 12-lap races coming at you for Spec Miata and the Western Touring Car Championship. Spec Miata already out on their warm-up lap. My name's Tom O'Gorman, joined in the booth by Brian Belansky, both joining me for commentary and directing the show here on the Racing Network. And let's get right to it. This has been a 4-race weekend, kind of taking a bit of a cue from karting and dirt track racing as far as format is concerned. We've done 3 heat races, each one being gridded based on the previous race results. And this one is no different. It will be the finishing order from heat 3 that determines the starting order here for the main. However, it's just this race that scores points for the end of the weekend. The winner takes all, and there's some stuff to race for. We've got prizing from Logitech G and RS50 Driving Simulator going to the weekend winner of all 3 of our race groups here. Let's get into that starting lineup. Again, based on a finishing position from race 3, Matteo Sunseri took the win there by about a second over Greg Hoff, your race 1 winner. Then Wyatt Couch will start on the inside of the second row in 3rd, alongside Paul Turner in 4th. Hua Huang was your Heat 2 winner. He starts 5th based on his finishing results from Heat number 3. Alongside him, Tim Wright in the 3rd row, car number 11. Joe Koo will start 7th. Alongside him, Curtis G in the yellow machine, number 77, starts 8th. Then Daniel Kulas and Kevin Carter starting side by side in row 5, 9th and 10th. Sayo Hiraashi starts 11th in the number 34. Alongside him, David Martell in the 147 starts 12th. Then in the 7th row, starting 13th, David Brain and Gary Young starts 14th. Alan Gedstead starts 15th alongside Sonny Rayo in 16th. That's the 8th row. Then into the 9th row for Xavier Koo and Yoni Jai in the 166. In row number 10, Scott Carter and James Powell will start side by side. Then Alberto Gonçalves in the number 21, in the position number 21. Mark Weisberg in the 56 will start 22nd. That's row 11. Then David McCoy, Joan Linehan will start in row 12 side by side. Scott Zachary and Ward Rose are row 13. Kerry McHugh and Justin Manchurje will start in row 14. And I think that will do it for the grid here, Brian, as we're already down into turn 9 and on the second half of this racetrack, coming to the green flag. We heard a bit of a rumor, actually, as the field comes already through turn 10 and 11, that all the drivers were a bit aware of the fact that they could only use 1 set of race tires this weekend and that everything counted for this race only. They might have been kind of keeping the gloves on and the cards close to their chest coming into this race, and it sounds like they're all planning to take the gloves off when the green flag comes out here in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, it could get a little spicy, as I like to say. We will wait to see if, in fact, that is the case. Spec Miatas are known to be how should I say this, a little aggressive in the wild. So we'll find out. We'll find out.
We will find out in just a moment's time. 12 laps of racing coming at you here for the final race of Spec Miata. Matteo Sunseri and Greg Hoff on the front row. Sunseri in the black with red and orange graphics. Greg Hoff with the white roof on his black machine. Wyatt Couch is white and black in livery. Paul Turner is basically solid black. Green flag racing for Spec Miata at the Thunderhill Open, the main, and they are dead nuts even on the start between Sunseri and Hoff. Maybe a bit of an advantage to Sunseri for the inside lane at turn 1, and then down into turn 2. Again, this is the 4th race on this set of tires minimum, if not including qualifying and practice. It looks like a bit of a breakaway for Sunseri. Hoff also single file. Greg Couch shuffled to the outside lane, is going to absolutely struggle out there early in this race. I think Paul Turner goes through, and Hua Huang from 5th also trying to challenge for that top 3 position. They're still duking it out side by side between Couch and Tim Wright now in the conversation. In the solid white machine, is that up to 4th? I think it might be, or maybe even Joe Koo from 7th on the grid as they come through the bypass for the first time on the Thunderhill East circuit, just short of 3 miles long. And now Couch comes back for 5th position, shoves it up the inside, muscles his way through, and holds on to 4th position. I do think that's Joe Koo up into 5th, then maybe Hua Huang and Tim Wright for 6th and 7th. We'll get confirmation as the cars get a bit closer to our cameras here on the Racing Network, powering up the hill with just maybe 120, if you're really lucky, 130 horsepower into turn 9.
If you're just joining us for the first time this weekend, 30-mile-an-hour winds with gusts up to 50, if that's what you're seeing on the shaky cameras here. Can only do so much to keep these cameras locked down, and this one's not so windy because it is kind of behind a hill, one of the few places it's a little protected on this racetrack.
So much elevation here at Thunderhill Raceway. I've been saying it. It's one of my top 5 racetracks I've ever driven across North America, and I've driven most of them at this point. But it's a bit of a breakaway at the front of the racing field for Spec Miata, Matteo Sanseri and Greg Hoff, trying to make this a 2-horse race. Then we have Paul Turner up into 3rd. Again, I think it's Tim Wright. We'll confirm that in a moment, in 4th. Then Wyatt Couch in 5th, Hua Huang in 6th, Curtis G in 7th. Excuse me, I think it's Joe Koo in 4th. I have to confirm that. The white car with the blue stripes on the front straight for the first time. 11 laps to go, 1 lap down, and we're side by side for 3rd as, wow, the Wyatt Couch trying to hold off the rest of the field. Indeed, I thought it was Tim Wright, not Joe Koo. That's battling it out for 4th position. Tim White in that number 11. Tim Wright in the white number 11, easy for me to say. Through turn 1 and into turn 2, the gap at the line between the top 2 and the rest of the field was 1.3 seconds. And then it's near as makes no difference, nose to tail, the rest of the field down outside of the top 10 even, as they're still glued together, working their way through turn 2 and into turn 3 and 4 at this point. Over on the first sector of the racetrack into the bypass, these cars get a little bit of a jump of RPM as they pick the throttle up just over the crest. Looks like, again, maybe, Brian, this time, everybody's closer, but maybe being a little bit more strategic with the longevity of their race cars, as Hua Huang throws a bit of a grenade down the inside on Tim Wright coming through turn 6. That's going to hold his progress up more than anything and separate them from that top 4. That's going to open Hua Huang up to an attack from Curtis G in the yellow number 77, running in 7th. Got to be careful duking it out for the wrong spot. All of a sudden, you lose just a couple of tenths per corner racing each other, and that turns into a huge gap. There's the visual between them as that side-by-side moment between Huang and Wright has opened up a bit of an advantage for Wyatt Couch, who runs 4th, down into turn 10 for the second time.
2 blind crests on this racetrack. The one that they just went through at turn 9, you hit that and you don't know where you're landing your car on the other side and if there's anything blocking the track either, so you just got to throw it in there with blind faith. And then the bypass is surprisingly blind. It doesn't look like, obviously it's nowhere near the elevation change of the crow's nest, but even that is a blind other side where you can't tell until you've done it a couple times exactly where to point the car. And then, of course, if there's any kind of shenanigans on the other side, you're just going for a ride.
Exactly right, Brian. It's kind of like going over a ramp on a Hot Wheels track or something like that. First time I came here, I was shocked that was the racetrack, but this racetrack is absolutely beautiful. It's one of those racetracks, I say, where the elevation matches the layout absolutely perfect. It just takes the car where it wants to go and encourage you to go faster and faster as we work now lap number 3. Matteo Sanseri still controlling the field nicely like he did in heat number 3 over Greg Hoff. Paul Turner set the fast lap of the race, though, hanging out there in 3rd, just within drafting distance of Greg Hoff. It's a half second at the line. And then the train, Wyatt Couch, Tim Wright, Hua Huang, Curtis G, Joe Koo, Kevin Carter, and David Martell, who have been in the top 10 conversation all weekend. I think that battle goes a little bit deeper than that, even, as Daniel Kulas also tacked onto the back before we get a bit of a gap back to the orange machine of Sayo Haraishi. Right now, it looks like 3rd place driver Paul Turner, having maybe saved a bit in the tank as his weekend went left very early, had started on the pole in heat 1, got shuffled back to about 9th during, I think that was heat 1, and has been spending the rest of the weekend fighting his way back. Now tacked on and legitimately in the battle for the win here in the Spec Miata main.
Joining us in the booth again for this session, Cameron Parsons. He was here earlier this weekend with us, running one of our Formula cars this weekend. And so your work is done now, except for you get a chance to come up and talk with us.
I am done. I collected my trophy and get to come hang out with you now.
Perfect, perfect. So we're 10 laps remaining, Tom, in this race. Things kind of, we were told they were going to get a little aggressive because, you know, they were all waiting for this race, but it doesn't seem like, you know, they're doing a whole lot of that just yet. But again, there's still time.
You know, I heard that rumor and I'm like, I know how race car drivers are. I happen to be one, and we can say that all we want. I'm going to try harder. I've been saving some in the tank. But when you put that helmet on, you strap yourself into the race car, you probably are giving it basically all you got every single time, unless you're really under control of what's happening. And maybe some drivers still holding the cards close to their chest, coming across the start finish line to start lap number 4 of 12. Mateos and Seri still at the top, but Wyatt Couch resets the fast lap of the race. And Cameron, I'm curious, any insights from being on the racetrack either yesterday versus today, this morning versus this afternoon? Any surprises or any changes that these drivers might be dealing with that we can't tell from third person here?
Yeah, conditions are tough. I think this is probably about the windiest weather we've had so far this weekend. In the Formula cars, our race happened just about 45 minutes ago. We were entering turn 1 at roughly 15 miles an hour quicker than we normally do on a regular day here. So a lot of our brake points, a lot of our throttle on points, where we do have grip and where we don't, has actually changed a lot. So I would not be surprised if there's a lot of exploration and analyzing going on during this, because the conditions are just changing constantly with every gust of wind.
That's pretty wild. I also heard from Joe McWegan, who's the race director this weekend for WTCC, that he's a pretty tall and big guy for a Spec Miata, and he drove one not used to hitting 100 miles an hour before turn 1. He said, today I cleared 100 pretty easily because of the tailwind down the front straight. So even these Spec Miatas dealing with that today, and probably a bit more of a constant than it is for y'all in the Formula Awesome race, but still really good insight to deal with for Spec Miata, this final 12-lap heat. Mateos and Seri, Greg Hoff, Paul Turner, Wyatt Couch, Tim Wright, still your top 5. But we know Hua Huang is still involved in that conversation, as well as Curtis G, Joe Koo, Kevin Carter, David Martell, Daniel Koulas, basically a top 11 breakaway, except for those top 3 having a bit better of a breakaway than the rest. Field working their way over turn 9 down into turns 10 and 11. So start lap number 5 next time they come up onto the front straight here momentarily. Curious to see with these Toyo tires, Spec for every single one of these race cars have been on the cars since qualifying. Who has saved some in the tank, who has not? As Mateos and Seri has certainly been the car of the day, which implies that he might have been using his tires the most today as well. Has Greg Hoff still on his 6? And Hoff, one of the series organizers here actually this weekend as well. One of the concepts of kind of making this weekend work was, instead of having an organization come in and run the races, why not let the classes run themselves? So that is Greg Hoff. That was essentially at the point of leading Spec Miata this weekend, assigning race direction, etc., etc. We were side by side a moment ago for third. Paul Turner trying to get through on Wyatt Couch, shuffles him just a little bit wide at turn 3 and makes the move happen. Tries to knife across the nose of the 66 at turn 4. Was there a touch there potentially? And now they come side by side over the crest at turn 5. Couch and Turner going at it for third.
Kevin, what's the difference? You ran the Crow's Nest here. They're doing the bypass. How big of a difference is that on how you treat this set of corners?
Oh, it's significant. I like the bypass just because how crazy it is. It's a blind entry going in, and it's a sudden drop with a significant bump on the way out. And it's almost every time you go through it, it is faster than you expect. Crow's Nest is pretty exciting because if you're not careful enough, that turns into a launch pad if you don't slow down enough for that turn. It's real sharp. It's real technical. But honestly, I think you need some real bravery to take the bypass route at speed. And yeah, these guys, I'm sure they don't give any inch.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. You turn in before the crest, so you're basically loaded the left side of the race car and trying to get back on throttle, just maintaining enough speed that you don't go fully airborne and you still make the corner on the other side of that hill. Pause that thought. We're side by side once again for the race lead down into turn 14, into the braking zone from probably the top of 4th or maybe just into 5th gear with these race cars, down to the bottom of 3rd, trying to carry momentum through the final 2 corners. Mateos and Seri has led every single lap thus far. Looks like we're still side by side down this front straight. Indeed, 95 thousandths of a second separating these two across the start-finish line. Greg Hoff might have the opportunity to make a move around the outside here into turn 1, carrying more momentum. He just needs to play this thing perfectly. to lead lap number 6 between himself and Matteo Sanseri. But no, Sanseri is able to hold on to the lead once again, proves himself to be yet again unflappable in the face of attack, as he did all of heat 3. And impressively, those top 2 able to go at it just a little bit, duking it out and not losing time to Wyatt Couch and Paul Turner running 3rd and 4th.
7 laps to go here. It's Sanseri, Hoff, Couch, Turner, Huang, Xi, Cao, Martel, and Carter, and Wright, your top 10 right now.
It looks like Tim Wright maybe having some issues, having slipped from the battle in the top 5 down to 10th. Maybe ended up off the racetrack momentarily. And we're coming up on halfway in this race, Brian. We'll let these drivers get through turn 6, as it looks like Tim Wright making a bit of a defensive move on Daniel Koulas. That was the 2 white cars side by side for a split second. But let's step away and thank our partners for making this broadcast happen here in the Spec Toyo Tire Spec Miata race. We'll thank them and Logitech G, and we'll be right back to bring you the second half of this battle to the checkered flag for the end of Spec Miata's race weekend. Big thanks to Toyo Tires for sponsoring parts of this weekend and supporting this Spec Miata group as we rejoin the race, starting just now at the start-finish line, starting lap number 7. We've cleared half distance in this winner-take-all duel, and it looks like we've had some churn in the break. Hua Huang sets the fast lap of the race, but Wyatt Couch is up to 2nd. Paul Turner up to 3rd. Somehow Greg Hoff has slipped from 2nd to 4th, but still is right within the conversation. Here's the top 4 into turn 2. Hua Huang, the fastest car on the racetrack, sits 5th as he took about a little over 0.6 of a second out of everybody else, at least on that lap. Maybe the 119, we kind of heard some murmurs of drivers saving tires, saving resources. Maybe the 119 has done it better than everybody else, but still sits about 5 or 6 car lengths back from the top 4. Looks like Greg Hoff running just a little bit wide at turn 4 as well. Still on the back foot slightly, so it's Sanseri, Couch, Turner, Hoff, Wong, Xi, Ku, Martel, Carter, and Wright, rounding out your top 10. But kind of a 4-car conversation, best case a 6-car conversation for the race win. And then this really great duel between Joe Ku, David Martel, and Kevin Carter, the pair of white cars, and then the red, number 89, for 7th, 8th, and 9th, charging up the hill through the kink at turn 8 and into the braking zone of turn 9 on this 7th race lap. Over the blind crest at the exit, it's kind of a Sanseri, Couch, car length, Paul Turner, Hoff. As I think, one of the big conversations in Spec Miata is the fine balance between following long enough to pick a time that you can make the pass and taking the opportunity the moment you get there. If something happens and you can take the position, track position is king here in this short sprint race. But again, if you can kind of cruise there for a lap or two and size the driver up in front, that does give you a bit better strategy as things have chilled out just for a lap or so after some churn during our commercial break, turning Wyatt Couch up to 2nd, Paul Turner up to 3rd, Greg Hoff up to 4th. A nice, clean, and green weekend here as well, it must be said, for Spec Miata. I'm confident enough at this point. We've strung out and everybody's in their rhythm. Really mature and great driving, embracing the race more often than not. We start lap number 8 here in Spec Miata.
We also get to that part of the discussion, Tom, where, when do you go? In this particular class, oftentimes the last pass is the one that wins, and you need to kind of think about that. And if you go with 2 to go, that gives the guy you passed an opportunity to do the same thing right back at you on the final lap. So that's always part of the discussion in these high draft classes like a Spec Miata.
It's so true. And we have basically 2 long straightaways with 1 significant braking zone right at the very end of this lap, which means it may come down like it did. High momentum circuit. How do you deal with lap traffic best here, you think?
Yeah, I mean, with only 4 laps to go, it's about time to hit that on switch anyways. Right now, especially for some of these groups, you can utilize some of that traffic to your advantage. You know, your main goal to put a car that's out of your race between you and your competition, right? So there's no time for any wasted opportunities. You are looking for those doors, looking for those openings, and trying to make one, even if you don't see one. And with only a couple laps left, there's a chance that some of these guys may have been doing a little bit of pacing with some tire management to keep things cool. But with only 4 or coming on 3 laps to go, they're about ready to just put down hot laps from here to the end.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Wyatt Couch was trying to do. It didn't pay off for him. Oh, it did. Actually, the lapped car has created a big shuffle. Hua Huang is your new race leader coming through turns 12 and 13. The blue machine is out front. I thought I saw quite a bit of side-by-side, but I thought it was the lapped car involved. So it's Huang, Couch, Sunseri. Now Sunseri losing 2 positions, and the lapped car was involved in that space of the racetrack. Not sure if it actually was interfered or if that was just drafting that changed the positions. But this would be a huge development for Hua Huang to be able to lead a lap of this race. Coming up on 3 to go. We're completing lap number 9 just now across the start-finish line. Wyatt Couch was able to take the spot back at turn 14, so Sunseri went with him. And although he led for 2 corners, Hua Huang still finds himself stuck in third. They have about a 2-second advantage now over Paul Turner. Curtis Jur goes through for 5th, and Greg Hoff slipping back to 6th. I have to wonder if Hoff may be dealing with less resources than everybody else at this point, or if it's just a timing thing for that black and white car, the white roof, sitting in 6th. It just doesn't seem to quite have the durability in this race to fight it out like the other drivers do, kind of sitting there now in the final position involved in the race for the win. Wyatt Couch, your new race leader, he has yet to win a race this weekend. This would be the one to win, as he's got a 5th place in Heat 1, a 3rd place in Heat 2, a 3rd place in Heat 3. Trying to time this thing just perfectly, but it's not done yet. Plenty of time yet to race. And Brian, I have to wonder, did he pull the trigger too early? We've talked about it already just a little bit. I guess we will be the ones to find out in real time with them. But it's like Couch kind of pulling away a little bit. He's got about a 5-car length advantage, at least until this straight is ended.
Another interesting layer to this onion, if you remember, Hua Huang was our top 2 in Heat 1 and in Heat 2. Then he made a mistake or had some sort of an issue in Heat 3 and fell back a little bit. We thought that was kind of like the nail in the coffin to not be up front in this final heat, but he's been able to work his way through to the front, and he is right here in the conversation with what will be 2 to go next time by. Seems like that 3rd heat mistake did not be a big deal here as we get to the final moments of the main event.
Yeah, he's done a nice job mitigating the damage that could have done after that 5th place finish in Heat 1. Look at the pressure that Wyatt Couch is feeling. Fully defensive, glued to the right side of the racetrack, trying to hold off Matteo Sunseri. But it does seem like these final corners reward the outside lane, carrying a bit of extra momentum in the final sector and up onto the front straightaway. Bit of a surprise, but there is a lot of camber in that section of the racetrack, meaning the track leans in with you and kind of helps the car maintain. As one car goes 2 off coming onto the front straightaway, the dust flies, but no changes in position. It's still Couch, Sunseri, Huang, a bit of a gap to Paul Turner, Curtis G, and Greg Hoff. Then a bigger gap to Martel, Koo, Wright, and Kevin Carter. That 4-pack just across the start-finish line. And David Martel has done a nice job to push his way forward through that field up to 7th. I think at this point in the race, unless anything happens in the top 6, the rest of these cars are racing for 7th position, but that's why we race for 12 full laps. We can't make any assumptions here, as more lap traffic is going to enter the conversation in the late stages here on lap number 10 of 12.
Cameron, if Sunseri and Huang can get to the back of Wyatt Couch, is there some place on this last lap coming up that he might not be expecting them to go and make a dive in to make a pass?
Yeah, right now I'm seeing a little bit of flux. Every now and then, Couch is getting a little bit of a head. His main goal has got to be just get enough of a gap where you can focus on qualifying laps rather than a defensive line. Lay down as quick at times as you possibly can. But at the moment, between Sunseri and Huang, as long as they're battling each other, Couch has got a little bit less to worry about. But if they actually start working together with the drafting, then I think Couch is going to be looking in his mirrors more.
And one lap car ahead of them, Tom, that they're all going to have to negotiate here before we get to the end of this race.
I think coming up on this might be Ward Rose and gets shuffled to the outside. All three drivers in the top three get through relatively easily. They did all have to go offline, so this might create a longer opportunity late down this back stretch into turn 14. But if anything, Cameron, you're right. Every so often, Wyatt Couch gets a little bit of a breather. Now the second pack of three going to have to deal with the lapped cars. We go side by side for Mateo Sanseri and Hua Huang into turn 14. This time, coming up onto the front straightaway to complete, I think this is lap number 11, potentially white flag. Yes, white flag is in the air for Wyatt Couch. Pressure is on, but he does have 3 car lengths advantage over Sanseri and Huang. Now Curtis G has gone through for 4th on Greg Hoff, and Paul Turner finds himself shuffled yet again back to 6th as David Martell holds down 7th just across the start finish line there with the blue hood, getting a huge push from Joe Koo. And the gloves are coming off. Here we go, side by side into turn 2, while Huang shows the nose after Mateo Sanseri looks to the outside. That's going to gift Wyatt Couch another car length advantage into turns 3 and 4. This long sweeping first sector almost has to be single file, or else you end up double file for a whole heck of a long time. These drivers responding to that nicely, getting back single file again. Gotta be careful. If you go double file a whole lap, you're going to reintroduce 4th, 5th, and 6th into the opportunity to take the win over the cut through for the final time and into the braking zone for turn 6. Just turn the brake lights on, pivot the car, get back on throttle, and try to extend this back straight as much as you possibly can. Draft starts to kick in just about the kink as the drivers turn left at turn 8 for the final time. A huge run for Mateo Sanseri and Hua Huang trying to go with him. What does Brian Couch do? He goes defensive immediately up the inside of the racetrack, trying to dissuade the cars behind. Gives the opportunity for Sanseri to take the normal racing line. He gets held up just at the exit while Huang gives him a shove as they come down the hill into turn 10 for the final time, side by side between the two, Sanseri and Couch. Sanseri has the racing line, takes the inside. No, just has to kind of slot back in. Wyatt Couch still holding the point down, and there we go, back to 5 cars now for the race lead coming into the final braking zone. On the main in Spec Miata, what will happen? We all lean forward. We're not sure as Wyatt Couch once again going defensive. Sanseri looks to the outside. They've got a gap to Hua Huang and Curtis G. I think it's a 2-horse race here into the final corner, turn 14. The next 2 cars to appear. Here they are. I think Wyatt Couch has the advantage. Whoa, a big spin for Greg Hoff in the background. Throws it off the racetrack and throws the race away. Checkered flag. Wyatt Couch will be your winner at the start-finish line over Mateo Sanseri. Hua Huang comes across side by side with Curtis G. The top 4 separated by 0.5 of a second. And what a barn burner of a race for Spec Miata at the Thunderhill Open.
We got 2 cars here into the wall in the front straight here. A big wreck. We're going to get all of the personnel out there to check out what that situation is. So they're red flagging this race so they can make sure they get personnel out there as fast as possible. But the race is over for most of the first half of the field, if not everybody. But yeah, that is a unfortunate end to this race for a couple of drivers. And but what a great finish for Couch, Sanseri, and Huang.
Really, really nice racing. Yeah, trying to get a number maybe on the cars involved here. It looks like maybe 2 cars came together, ended up pinned up against that bare concrete, which is a heartbreaker. Terrible way to end the weekend. But as we talked about, maybe the gloves coming off in some of the wrong ways as well as some of the right ones. But a big congratulations, and I think that's probably as long as the post-race race, aka Tech, doesn't change anything. Wyatt Couch will be going home with a brand new sim rig from Logitech G as well, that RS50 driving simulator. What a great race, and we have one more in the barrel for you all. In about 10 minutes time, we go green flag racing for the Western Touring Car Championship. Cameron, I'm curious, have you been able to either watch or maybe even drive one of these WTCC cars? Anything you're looking forward to in that race?
I actually haven't had a chance to drive one yet, but I have been able to work actually with some drivers and testing and observing them. The cars, the series, the whole vibe of what this group is about is an absolute blast. I mean, so much of club racing is built around community, and I went and actually hung out with some of the guys after all the sessions were done yesterday, and it's just so nice to see how you've got a field of all these competitors duking it out on track, just hanging out, talking setup, and poking fun at each other behind somebody's trailer when the day is done. So like when it comes to racing and the people you hang out with, it seems like such a good group to share the track with and be in the paddock with.
Yeah, that's kind of that magic piece of the recipe that's so difficult to maintain is the co-opetition, let's call it, and competition on the racetrack, but cooperating off the racetrack. And also, I know you're here working with Toyo Tires, supporting this weekend in some ways, and we have at least one car, one front runner, let's say, Tony Rodriguez, trying the Toyo. Do you have any insight on how that might play out in a longer race versus the more traditional 200 treadwear options as we look forward to this longer race?
Yeah, that's right. I'm of course biased and rooting for him, and it's pretty cool. By putting putting some of our tires in races like these, we get to watch and observe, learn and analyze. We have tested this tire with some sprint stints and some long stints. I can't give away too many setup secrets before the race actually happens, but I've got some high hopes. In fact, when I swung by those guys yesterday to hang out and talk with them, he was the center of attention as him and I were talking setup and maybe disappointing some of the other guys with the extra tips I had for him because I think we've got him pretty well dialed on the tires now, even more so than we had yesterday. So I've got high hopes that he's going to improve beyond how he did yesterday.
So you saying last night everyone was sitting around behind the trailer, probably sharing an adult beverage and talking setups and having a good time. I always, anytime I heard about a setup in that situation, I did exactly the opposite of what they told me because I was never felt they were sharing the right thing in that situation. It's always a question mark. It's like, is this guy telling me what he wants me to know, or is he actually telling me what he's doing?
That's always the fun thing with racing and stuff. Everybody wants people to compete against. So when it comes to I've got an issue with my car, something broke. They will jump in and help you. And then especially for newbies, everybody will jump in and help, give you setup advice, help you tune your car and all that stuff. But once you become a veteran and you've been doing it for a while, then the setup advice might get a little bit quieter later on.
Exactly. So what do you got up next on your schedule of things?
After this, I'm heading home, and then we've got a tire launch for the Proxys Sport R coming out in just a couple weeks here.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Cameron Parsons here this weekend racing and a Toyo Tires ambassador, one of our sponsors here for the weekend. Great to have you with us. We're going to take a short break here. They got some cleanup on the front stretch, and once that gets done, we've got one more feature race, one more main. It's the Western Touring Car Championship. That's next. He is Tom O'Gorman. I'm Brian Belansky. Cameron Parsons joining us for a few minutes here. We'll be back in just a few minutes. You're watching the Thunderhill Open live from Thunderhill Raceway Park, beautiful Willows, California, on the Racing Network.
Final race of the first ever Thunderhill Open coming at you here from Thunderhill Raceway Park on the Racing Network. And it's the Western Touring Car Championship for their 12-lap main. After 3 heats, we've kind of established who the class of the field is, who the players are, but it's still all to race for here, not just for bragging rights, but also a full racing rig for the simulator racing from Logitech G. Have Joe McWegan in the booth here again with me for this race. Brian Belansky, blame it on Brian. He's on the direction and will join us a couple times probably on the mic as well. But before we get into the conversations, let's go through the starting grid. After an 8-car invert for Heat 3, we're back to normal just based on finishing order from Heat 3 here into the main. So that means on the pole, he's been unstoppable this weekend. The number 36 of Anthony Zwain will start up on the pole over Tony Rodriguez, but there's a tire conversation to be had. We'll talk about that shortly. Justin Moore will start on the second row to the inside, and to his outside, Anthony Dominici in the number 73. Then John Burgess will start to the inside of row 3. Matt Ailes to his outside. Then into row 4, Jonathan Lugod and Michael Stubbs Hilo in his new to him, maybe a test drive at minimum, in the BMW. Jack Witchmeyer was involved in a whole bunch of racing in that J-Swap Civic Coupe. He starts 9th, and John Friesen also in a bit of a scrum all of Heat 3. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this whole top 10. Reed Gibson comes into the field 11th, and then Svilan Kanev in the 2 Series in 12th. Sergio Orestes Perez in his Toyota GR86 starts 13th. Stephen Ellis will start 14th. Then Brian Barron and Danny Gross line up alongside one another in row number 8, 15th, and 16th. Brian Zimmerman and Adam Bow will round up the cars that tripped timing and scoring on the start-finish line as they came out onto this warm-up lap. Now out into turn 9, and Joe, we've got some interesting dynamics happening here. The race 4 laps longer, pretty significant margin. That's 12 miles here at Thunderhill Raceway. Is that right? 3 times 4? Yes.
Yep, 12
miles. Different tire choices really going to kind of play a factor here, we expect.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Tony Rodriguez on that new Toyo does, over the course of the longer one. And obviously the dark horse that you and I acknowledged in the previous race is Jonathan Lugod in the Del Sol, easily one of the lightest cars on the grid right now. It'll be really interesting to see how he comes into the last third of the stint here.
And I think Lugod also utilizing, or maybe you can tell me, is he utilizing the tire stagger the front-wheel drive cars tend to use, a bigger front than rear, to kind of keep the tire underneath them?
Correct. Yeah, he's got Anthony Zwain actually on practice day drove Lugod's car and loved it. He said it was very easy to drive, as most proper front-wheel drive cars are set up. But we'll see what this race brings here shortly.
Into turn 14 for the final time under full course yellow, or at least we'll knock on wood that that's true as we come to the green flag, a 12-lap main.
Now you've done it.
Inspiration from a bit of karting and dirt track racing, 3 heats, and then we get to this longer main. Anthony Zwain controlling the field, Tony Rodriguez to his outside, a pair of BMWs coming up to the green flag, a relatively late green as well in heat number 4. And we are racing in the West Coast Touring Car Championship. A good start for Justin Moore as well. Anthony Dominici maybe just a half a car length back. And then the rest of the field thundering a whole bunch of BMW 6-cylinders, Honda 4-cylinders, Honda 6-cylinders. We've got some Lotuses and we've got some Nissans out there as well. A whole bunch of variety. But it's Tony Rodriguez, a bit of pressure now as Justin Moore just gets his headlight underneath the taillight up the inside at turn 2. They're going to be side by side into turn 3. And it's a bit of a breakaway for Anthony Zwain. Perhaps no surprise there, but the job for Zwain in the 36 is to sprint away as much as possible before the rest of these cars sort things out. Rodriguez able to hold the outside at turn 4, shuts the door on Justin Moore over the bypass for the first time. Dominici, Burgess, Lugod, Friesen, Witchmeyer all in that scrum for the rest of the pack. It looks like Dominici, then Burgess, then I think this is Matt Ailes up into the 6th spot. Then Lugod and the rest as they power up through the kink at turn 8. We heard from a lot of the drivers the crosswind is making this corner very unpredictable, especially in the Formula cars, but there's some pretty meaningful aero on these WTCC cars, Eric.
Yeah, I can tell you from doing some practice laps earlier in our non-aero car that turn 8 gets a little spicy right now with all that wind out there.
Sorry, Joe, I don't know where Eric came from, but that's good to know. Yeah, if nothing else,
Whatever you say, Bob.
Buffeting the car around. And yeah, nice, right? as the car basically getting a 30 to 40 mile an hour gust in its passenger door. up that section of the racetrack. Michael Hilo side by side into turn number 11 around the outside. Drivers able to cut the corner at turn 12 pretty easily this weekend. Looks like John Friesen actually has gone through into 7th and started to pull away from the rest of the field, just trying to cling on to the back of John Lugod. Swain, Rodriguez, Moore, Dominici, Burgess still at the top 5 at the front of the field as they complete lap number 1.
12 hours of broadcasting this weekend, Tom. If that's the first time you get a name wrong, you're doing just fine, so don't worry about it.
I'm going to chalk it up to us talking about Eric Coutil off stream for a little bit. It was in his head. It was in Tomo's head. But so far, these guys are doing good. I'm really curious to see how Ailes does. He's in clear air right now. He's going to be doing his best to chase down John Burgess in front. Fun fact about John Burgess, he'd like people to know he likes turtles.
Okay.
I like turtles.
That's his bio. He likes turtles.
And I got the dark-colored cars backwards once again. It's John Burgess running in the 4th spot as he appears around that hill at turn number 3. Then it's Matt Ailes. Then it's Dominici, who has slipped back a couple of positions from 4th to 6th in his black and green machine. Then Lugod over the bypass, and Friesen, who is up at the front, actually finished 2nd on the racetrack in heat number 1, but was deemed to have not left racing room appropriate for this race series and was docked a penalty starting a little bit further back in heat 2, and has just not been able to get further up the field than about 7th for the remainder of the weekend until now. The 32 car runs in 8th and has broken free of the battle behind. The car is coming up the hill now. Ailes going very defensive, and I think he might have gotten around the outside of John Burgess for 4th.
This is a great little bunch up for sure right here. These guys are charging. Lugod's in the mix, which is great. He's the only non-BMW in this battle right now. So this is shaping up to be a really good fight here.
So there's Matt Ailes into turn 11, then Dominici, then Burgess, then Lugod, then Friesen. That's the order they run in from 4th to about 8th. Anthony Swain, got to say, he has not broken away from Tony Rodriguez by much. It was 1 second at the start-finish line last time by completing lap 1. As we come to complete lap number 2, the big question is the difference in tire choice. Anthony Swain on the Maxxis VR2, Tony Rodriguez on the Toyo. Is that the RR?
It's the Proxys R
on that car. Just the R. And actually, Swain was a little bit quicker. Last time able to pull out another 4/10 over Tony Rodriguez. Justin Moore also still in that conversation as they come down into the light braking zone for turn number 2. A little bit of a rotation for Anthony Swain. Caught that on the entry as he backs the car into that right rear tire, trying to get it hooked up for the remainder of this giant carousel. John Friesen has gone through on John Lugod as Hilo, I think that was Hilo, just drops a tire on the entry into turn 4, trying to race hard with Wishmeyer, Gibson, Kanev, and is that maybe Stephen Ellis out of nowhere? Where did Michael Hilo go?
They're all right there. Hilo's just in front of Kanev right now. They're having some great battles. Reed was just side by side with Hilo while we're watching the front runners go. These guys are going door to door, but being respectful of each other. It's exactly what we want to see.
Embrace the race. I think that's the quote for high quality racing. Just because someone shows their nose doesn't mean you have to chop it off. Just because someone makes you race tight doesn't mean you get to put a door on them. You embrace the race, you race each other hard, you go for the clean line and try to maintain momentum for some good racing here. Anthony Swain, Tony Rodriguez, Justin Moore have broken away from the field, and I think now Swain has pulled maybe another car length or so. But these drivers kind of getting into hot lap mode. These are the types of races where you really just have to do absolutely the best you can and wait for opportunities to come to you, as you aren't close enough to create the opportunity for yourself. Matt Ailes still runs 4th, then Dominici, then Burgess, then Friesen, then Lugod coming through our camera angle just there. And then it's Wishmeyer and Gibson nose to tail, having pulled away just slightly from Kanev, I believe.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what Ailes can do here in clean air. This is his first time to put a clean lap down with that and get by a car. So let's see how he stacks up to the front 3, because he looks like he is closing in slowly here.
Matt Ailes taking 4th in heat number 1, 5th in heat number 2, 6th in heat number 3. So the numbers tell the story of slipping back further and further. But remember, there was a top 8 invert involved there, and there's been a whole lot of racing that those numbers don't tell the story of. Top 3 still stable. Actually, Swain able to pull another nearly full second away from Tony Rodriguez, managing this race beautifully from the front, trying to make his first ever run of the Thunderhill Open in WTCC a full sweep. I can tell you from experience in other series that is so tough to do, but He has been absolutely unflappable. Rodriguez over the bypass, then Moore. And Matt Ailes is closing up, I think. He's pulling away for sure from Dominici and Burgess in the background.
Yeah, Ailes put down his fastest lap of the race so far, which is actually quicker than Moore currently, so keep an eye on that. We'll see if he closes on Justin Moore. Swain, like you mentioned, he's doing his best, like he's done all weekend, of just maintaining that pace. Best lap of the race was, this previous lap, so we'll just keep an eye on that. But again, still a long way to go. We've still got 9 laps to go.
Roughly 12.5 to 1 power to weight, meaning every 12 pounds the car carries, it can make 1 horsepower. It tends to kind of equal out to somewhere around 200 to 230 horsepower and maybe just shy of 2,700 to 3,100 pounds. Just kind of putting some vague numbers out there. They're all within that window, but of course the BMW showing strong here this weekend. Most of them running that S54 engine, the big power maker from the E46 BMW M3. But the reason for that is really the torque, right, Joe? You really want to have as much torque as possible for the power that the car can make due to its power to weight ratio.
Correct. What I want to know what just happened, unfortunately, is it looks like Jonathan Lugard had a little bit of trouble over turn 9. He was off track, and he has dropped back a few places here. I don't know if that was tire fall off or just a mistake. Couldn't even see it from my point of view, unfortunately, but definitely a shakeup in the aura about to happen right now.
And taking a scan back on the YouTube stream to see if we can catch what happened there for the Del Sol driver. If he did have that issue, just happened right as we changed frames, but you're right, you can see the dirt in the background. See where he stabilizes out. Not seeing Matt Ailes on my timing and scoring, so it's hard to say exactly what his lap time is. Maybe you can see it a bit better, but the closest battle on the racetrack is between John Burgess and John Friesen. The 2 cars exiting the left side of your camera shot just there, coming into turn 3. I think Friesen slightly has the run, tries to go the long way around turn 3, which is nearly impossible, but a power move, he throws it around the outside and is able to shut the door and still hit the apex at the end of turn 3. That was pretty dominant stuff.
That was a very good showmanship. These guys are no strangers racing together. Burgess and Friesen have been racing alongside each other for a few years now, so lots of respect to both of them there. That was some clean driving.
Yeah, that looked like one of those, like, no one's going to ever do that. Oh, my gosh, yep, he did it.
I can tell you from personal experience, it's a lot of fun to try to make that pass because you have that off-camber in 3 that is definitely working against you there when you're on the outside. But
it's one of about 3 corners on this racetrack where you turn in before you can see where you're going. Keeps things exciting. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
No, all good. But what's fun about it, though, is if you can stick with them side by side, you get the opportunity of the inside to turn 4, which helps carry you over to the bypass. So it is a very good zone to set up a move if you've got the confidence.
Looks like woes maybe continuing for John Lugard as he's off to driver's left between turns 8 and 9, moving slowly up that straightaway. Bit of a heartbreaker after a pretty strong showing for the Honda driver. Probably the top Honda driver this weekend, although Jack Wishmeyer would probably want to have a conversation about that. He settles into 10th, does Wishmeyer, but across the start-finish line, completing lap number 5, starting lap number 6, coming up on halfway through this Western Touring Car Championship race. Anthony Swain leads by 2.3 seconds. Tony Rodriguez not able to make any significant dents in that gap the last 3 times by, but he's going to push hard. And we suspect that number 39, the black, blue, and white machine sitting second, might have a little bit more figurative gas in the tank towards the end based on tire choice. We'll see if that's true. Then Justin Moore and Matt Ailes. And Ailes has certainly been closing the gap up to Moore just ever so slightly. And then Anthony Dominici, a relatively lonely 5th, into then John Friesen, John Burgess, and the rest of the top 10, Joe.
Yeah, no, we'll see how this field bunches up. Again, we're technically just now starting what would have been a normal heat, so there's still a lot to go in this series here. I do think Ailes is going to close up more and more on Moore. We have a great battle going on, I'll tell you that, between the midfield, though. Wishmeyer is doing his best to stay in front of Hilo. Hilo's kind of doing what he's been doing all weekend and kind of being the cork in the bottle here, keeping Kanev back, and that looks like Sergio Perez behind as well. So we'll see how that shakes out with another, 7 laps to go here.
That's the battle that just came into our camera shots here through turn 6. Wishmeyer has about a 5-car length advantage over those next couple cars. Kanev, Orestes Perez, and Barron, I think, also in that conversation. Perez in the GR86. Otherwise, a handful of BMWs, surprise, surprise, involved in that, trying to chase down the J-Swap, the V6. Honda Civic now through the apex of turn 9, the gold car. Hilo, Kanev, and Perez all involved in that 3-car train. Bit of a slip there for, was that Barron maybe, in the white machine just a little further back.
Coming up on the halfway point here in our last race of the weekend here. Let's take a second here to thank our partners, Logitech G and Toyo Tires. We'll take a quick break here, and we'll be back in about 30 seconds. Stay with us, everybody.
Final race of the weekend at the Thunderhill Open is about halfway done, the Western Touring Car Championship race. 12 laps in total and completing lap number 6. Last time by, down into turn number 11, your race leader, Anthony Zwane, has won every race so far, all 3 heats. Now into the main, looks to be in the catbird seat to sweep the weekend, but Tony Rodriguez has something to say about that. Last time across the start-finish line was only about a 10th slower than the late race leader, Zwane. And Joe McGuigan joining me here in the booth. I think, Joe, this is visually the closest that Rodriguez has been. I want to see if the math checks out as they come across the start-finish line here. But this isn't said and done yet. We're still halfway to go or so.
Yeah, it is definitely far from over. Their gap is, right around, let's see here. They just crossed. I got to wait for my time to update. They're about 2.5 seconds separated, so they're definitely breaking away from Moore and Ailes a little bit here. Ailes still kind of closing in on Moore, so we'll be curious to see how this shakes out. This will be very much a battle at the end here of whose tires can manage these heat better. Zwane out there on the Maxxis or Rodriguez on the Toyos.
This is about the time of the race where these tires are going to start to tell the drivers that they've had enough. And it just kind of feels like the car is a little less sticky, a little bit less to give at every apex. As you see there, Anthony Zwane, a bit of a float coming off of turn 4, trying to keep his foot down into the bypass. Mentioned Matt Ailes has been consistently one of the fastest cars on the racetrack lap after lap, running in the low 159s. The cars ahead have been kind of in the mid 159s. So the first car on his crosshairs will be Justin Moore. There they are coming through turn 6, up the back straight into the kink next. Third and fourth cars in camera shot. And those 4 have really, has to be said, driven away in a big way from the rest of the field. Starting with Anthony Dominici, then John Friesen. This will be his best finish of the weekend if he holds on to 6. John Burgess, Reed Gibson, Jack Wishmeyer, Svilen Kenev will round out the top 10 in this race so far.
Now, we were talking earlier about the uniqueness of the field here. I will say that even though it's a BMW, Kenev's car is a really interesting one. It started off as an M240i. It is now essentially just an M230i. It's a B48 swapped car after the B58 unfortunately left the chat. So they decided to go lighter with a little bit more central balanced. So that car is a unique one in the field amongst the BMWs, at least.
A newer body style, of course, but then that newer engine, having to deal with a completely different beast. Is that a turbo motor?
It is a turbo motor. It's a very, very proven motor so far, but personally, I'm old school. I pop the hood on that car, and it scares me because there's a lot of tubes going a lot of places.
Yeah, it's a lot more to manage, too. Even in these sprint races, heat management is difficult. Tuning can be difficult on those newer engines, so he's fighting a different battle than the rest of these maybe proven packages with mostly S54 BMW. Closest battle on the racetrack just coming into turn 14. It's Wishmeyer, Kenev, and Perez, I think, tacked onto the back there in his Toyota GR86. But we're still watching Matt Ailes, that white and blue BMW, the 4th car in this camera shot. There's Zwane, there's Rodriguez. Next will be Justin Moore, and then Matt Ailes. He is absolutely closing in. Oh, goes for a big slide, though, nearly loses the car, perhaps pushing too hard at turn 3. Salvaged it nicely, but we talked about it. That's probably one of the first signs we've seen that these cars are getting a little bit tired in this sprint race.
Yeah, definitely. We're at the hot point of the day, too, so they're getting the heat, the maximum heat out. What is interesting is we're about to see potentially 3 different battles, at least for position right now, because Rodriguez is closing in slightly on Swain. You know, we know that Matt Ailes is closing up on Justin Moore, and honestly, looking at it now, is Friesen is about to be on the back of Dominici's bumper as well. So we might be seeing some battles here, you know, which ends up being for first, third, and what is that, 5th. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yep, about 3.5 laps to go. Still plenty of time to race around this 2.8 some mile circuit. Call it 3 miles. So that's a little under 12 miles to go in this WTCC main. And you're right, Dominici has been relatively lonely this race, but he's been watching John Friesen just get a little bit bigger and bigger in his mirrors. Watching this train of cars coming up into turn 9. That's Wishmeyer, Kanev, and Perez. As we jump back now to 3rd and 4th, Justin Moore coming into the final 2 corners with, again, Matt Ailes getting a little bit closer and closer. And now John Friesen, I think he's just there. He's within maybe 2 car lengths of Anthony Dominici into the braking zone for the final 2 corners.
As we say that, though, there's also another battle forming up. Is Reed Gibson is closing up pretty quick on John Burgess there. That'll be another battle that is kind of coming together here. We're going to have a few things to keep our eyes on here.
Battles all around the racetrack. Those cars you mentioned coming across the line next. Just there at the line was Dominici and Friesen. Then here is Burgess, and then flashes through the gold of Reed Gibson, E36 on E36 action there for 7th. And then the train, Wishmeyer, Kanev, Perez, and Hilo also in that. His car not popping up on timing and scoring, but Michael Hilo is still sitting in that battle in 10th, holding on to a top 10 in his BMW.
Friesen doing a good job sticking to Dominici here. If you'll see in camera shortly, they were bumper to bumper going into 3.
They come up over the bypass. Looks like a little bit of a better run for Dominici, at least for a split second, but then into the small speed adjustment to fall back down that hill. Want to stay as far to the right as you can for the turn-in point, but without sacrificing any time through turn 5, then flick it for turn 6. Long run up this straightaway, 75 degrees with gusts up to 30 miles an hour, and that's coming right into the passenger side door at this section of the racetrack. Friesen has a big old run as he pops out of our camera angle up towards turn 9. Looks like he did slot back in just to be a little bit more patient in this section of the racetrack. On Dominici goes again for a big run, maybe a passing opportunity at turn 10, Joe.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. That downhill into 10 is tricky. There's a little bit of a dip there, but 10 itself's got a lot of camber to it, more than you realize.
Right.
We'll see how they do. I also want to call out that it looks like Tony's getting a little closer to Swain up front. Rodriguez and Swain might be coming together again here soon as far as that distance.
Just across the start-finish line now, and yes, indeed, Tony Rodriguez has taken about 2.5 tenths out of the lead for Anthony Swain. That's the smallest the gap has been, only 2 seconds separating the two.
Ailes and
then
Moore.
Another really close battle. Yeah, Moore and Ailes just glued together into turn 1.
Too many battles to keep an eye on here. These guys are bunching up nicely. We'll see what happens.
This is the perfect number of cars to basically keep track of all of them, but Ryan Polanski busy with the fingers on the direction for this show.
And
2 laps to go. Actually closing in on maybe 1.5 to go. Sorry.
Well, while we were talking, Friesen did make the move on Dominici and now leads them into this next lap.
That happened down into the first sector. Next cars that will pop into view
We have
will be Friesen first.
And then shortly after, Reed Gibson is currently making a move on John Burgess. Very clean. There's that turn 3 move that you should see here on the feed shortly that we were talking about earlier. Going brave on the outside that gets you set up to have priority into turn 4 here.
Yeah, there it is. An impressive move again. Somehow I wouldn't have put money on that if it was the last thing I could do, making the outside move at turn 3 multiple times in this race. But these drivers making it work. Reed Gibson in the gold E36 now picks up 7th position over John Burgess. Burgess starting on pole in the inverted race number 3. Finds himself back to 7th now after 2 and some races, or almost 2 full races time. The white flag next time by for Anthony Swain, your race leader. And now we're side by side once again. for Dominici and Friesen. Dominici just monstered the back straightaway, got a run on Friesen and picked up 5th again. He's absolutely not done with that battle for a top 5.
Some of these battles are going to come right down to this last lap. Ailes is still right on the back of Moore. We'll have to see what happens there. And then Friesen looks like he might be sent up for into the final corner on Dominici again.
Going to go for it. At this point, they're duking it out for that top 5. White flag flies for Anthony Zwain. Gap to Tony Rodriguez falls once again, but not by much. 1.9 seconds now. Then Justin Moore pretty comfortably in 3rd. Has Matt Ailes charging, but I think there's still enough of a gap here that Moore doesn't have to worry too much. There's Moore, there's Ailes. He has to be perfect on this final lap, though, as Ailes has really run him down for that final podium position. Then Anthony Dominici and John Friesen. Was there a position change in the final 2 corners, or does Dominici hold on to it for 5th?
There was a change. Friesen once again leading ahead of Dominici. And I will say, Reed Gibson move on Burgess. Oh, big slide from Burgess that you'll see coming in. Actually, a spin in 2. I know the feed's a little delayed for you, but we got to be careful of the field here.
And that's John Burgess going around. He ends up 180 to the racetrack, but he is off to driver's left, or he was. Well, pulls right across the nose. Holy cow, of Jack Wishmeyer. Probably got a bit of a Code Brown moment for a split second. It wasn't a very close call, but it'll certainly feel like it at sustained 70 to 75 miles an hour through turn 2.
Yep.
Ooh, close stuff.
Good job, everyone. Kept their heads on their shoulders. Good look around. That was good. It's unfortunate to see that spin from John, but we'll see what happens here.
He's going to wish the race director wasn't up here watching the race when the rejoin happened. That's going to be a talking to, right?
Yeah, just remember, guys, he likes turtles. That's why that's what happened.
Eyes on it all. Couple corners to go. Anthony Zwain prepared to take his 4th win of the weekend, but the battle for 3rd is on. 1 passing zone to go, and Matt Ailes is there. He's 2 car lengths back, needs to get really a Hail Mary move or maybe a mistake from Justin Moore. Keep an eye on the bottom left of your screen. The next cars are 3rd and 4th. Moore keeps the position, looks a little conservative on the exit of turn 14, but gets a decent run onto the front straight. Your weekend winner and the winner of a Logitech G Sim Rig will be Anthony Zwain across the start-finish line. Tony Rodriguez 2nd. Justin Moore holds on for 3rd. Matt Ailes is 4th. Then a couple other battles still yet to be determined. Is it John Friesen or is it Anthony Dominici going to take 5th spot? They're up onto the front straight, nose to tail, and it looks like Friesen was able to hold on to it in the 32. Flash of the lights for Dominici, celebrating a good run and a good race. Then next up, it's Reed Gibson, comes across in his gold machine, number 129. John Burgess with the spin should promote Jack Wishmeyer up to 8th. There he is. Right behind him, Michael Hilo. Then Svilan Kanev and Sergio Orestes Perez comes through into the 10th spot, or excuse me, 11th spot there, just behind them. Burgess recovers to 12th in the final lap. Some drama there for the 45, but gets to finish the race. And then we get to a couple of the cars a little bit further back. We've got Brian Barron finishing in his 350Z. Danny Gross right behind in the EF Civic. Across the start-finish line, completes a clean weekend for one of our newer drivers in WTCC, and I think this will be the final car to finish the race. Adam Bow in the Lotus Exige comes across. I'm not sure if Stephen Ellis is still lapping, but he would be the final car. What a showing for WTCC this weekend. I've had a blast, Joe, watching this series.
This has been fantastic. I wish I was in it racing. I'm sure you were in it racing too, but there's more to come. I'll tell you right now, this is one of the races where I wish we had another 4 laps we could tack on just to see what happened here as the battle started to get really, really tight at the end here.
It's funny, we go to sprint race format because the starts and the finishes are the best, but then, like, man, if I had another lap.
You're like, I need another lap. And we'll bet a couple more laps. Rodriguez might have been able to do something to Zwain there, but I'm very proud of this whole group. These guys have done great all weekend. Very good battles. Zwain is a force to be reckoned with, doing the complete sweep of the weekend.
All right, Joe, thanks for jumping in with us. I'm going to ask you to hand over your headset to the guy standing next to you, and he is going to hop in here, the guy responsible for this crazy thing we did this weekend, Matt Busby, and we're going to have him jump in and say a few words with us.
Tom O'Brien, thank you. I'm happy to hand off to Matt, the man behind it all.
Thanks, Joe.
All right. Coming on right now is the president of this fantastic facility, Thunderhill Raceway Park. Matt Busby is here with us. Matt, first of all, what a fantastic weekend of racing. We're going to talk a second about all the challenges, but one race after another has been so much fun, and you guys have put on a great show this weekend.
No, I would say you guys have put on a great show this weekend. All of our participants, Brian, Tomo, our guest announcers with Cam and Joe, I've just been so humbled and so impressed by, like, first weekend, hey, we threw this together and how great it turned out. Thank you guys so much.
Challenges came in yesterday morning, and you said, "Hey, we got some great news for you. We might lose power tomorrow." The weather has been obviously a challenge. We've seen it on our cameras. The electric company decided it was too windy, decided to turn off the power. I put up a Facebook post this morning. Your crew had a Herculean effort to come up and get us on the air, get the racing going this morning. Other than a short power hit at about noon, right during lunch, which could have happened at a better time, by the way. Did you plan it to happen right then?
I didn't even know it had happened until you just said so.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we lost power for about 5 minutes right at the end of, right before lunch, and everything worked out great. Tell me what happens when you've got what's kind of your premier event. You've been working for 6 months to put this together, and then the power company calls and says, "Hey, we're going to turn your power off." What goes through your mind?
PG&E, man. And actually, PG&E has actually been really great to work with. That's Pacific Gas and Electric for folks who aren't from California. Yeah, so for folks that don't know, we're about an hour away from Paradise, California, which was the big PG&E campfire that so many people lost so much in. So PG&E is very cognizant of high wind situations and grass fire and everything, and we're kind of in the middle of that country. So anytime they say they're going to do something for fire safety, we want to be good neighbors and we want to comply. Luckily, our finance manager, Jennifer Hook, who is on vacation right now, she is in Las Vegas to see No Doubt at the Sphere, saw the PG&E alert and did what she normally does, and the poor customer service person on the other side of that phone call, she made sure that generators showed up in the middle of the night at 2 in the morning the next day. We got a Mr. Sergio who is staying here on property for the next 3 days to babysit those generators to make sure that we have power for this show and the activity for the next couple of days. And we are not paying a dime for it. And so thank you to Pacific Gas and Electric. This is hands down the most wind we have ever had here. We've got a couple of 15 and 20-year employees who have we've never seen it this bad. We've lost signs. We've lost antennas. We've lost, small moment of silence for all the canopies that didn't make it through the weekend. It's been a myriad of challenges, and I'm just so proud of the team and so proud of everybody that came together to put this together. I'm so humbled. This is, I'm in awe of holy crap, look at what we did, man. This is great.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I hesitate to say this because you might not ask me back. Last time I was here, there was a sheep delay and hail. This time, this wind and power outages. It's really not me. I'm going to just say right now, it's really not me.
No, there's something about the month of May here. Something about the universe is trying to push us all to go watch Indy 500 qualifying or something. No, it's one of those things where I think good people in the events business, you've got a certain amount of constants and a hell of a lot more variables, and how you deal with those variables is what separates the good events from the bad ones. And man, the team has gone above and beyond, and I'm just so proud of everything that we did this weekend.
A lot of people takes to make an event like this. This is your opportunity to thank those who you want to thank, and before we wrap this thing up.
Yeah, I'd really like to thank the Thunderhill staff very much, the entire crew, the management team of Skylar, Anthony, Brandon, our race director, Jennifer Hook, Jim Thompson, Seth Dunlap, who is our facilities manager, who really, did all the nuts and bolts of making sure that we had power this weekend. The extended team, it was incredible to see, the grill staff coming together, the facility staff, kicking butt. We never had any troubles with bathrooms or trash because our team's just the best. We just have the best in the business. The group leads, we did a really non-traditional thing here where we think that club racing is better when the groups can control their own culture and they're not getting culture by proxy. And so let the Spec Miata people be Spec Miata. And if they want something different than Western Touring Car, it's fine. That what's good for their group is good for their group. So Greg Hoff, who's the the SFR board member, and as well as our Spec Miata group lead this weekend, Tony Rodriguez, John Lugod, Oscar Jackson, who couldn't be here but was a really big part of our planning with the Western Touring Car folks, Brent Morgan and Tilo Stewart with Exclusive Racing, as well as World Speed with the Formula folks. It was incredible. And then Patrick Shio with SpeedSF, who bailed us out at the last minute. We had some scheduling challenges, and we came up with the idea of a homologation special, the streetcar thing that makes the racing go. And he filled 60 HPD spots in about 9 days. It's been incredible. The whole thing. Dottie, who's with the SFR, she kind of handled our vending and spectator stuff. It's been incredible. Brendan on the team, Ted and Jake, our marketers. I'm going to forget somebody, and I'm going to get kicked later. But man, everybody just went above and beyond.
I'm already putting this on my schedule for next year. I hope you guys had enough success, and it was everyone I've talked to has been just ecstatic about the whole experience, and we're all ready to come back and do it again next year.
Hell yeah, we're probably going to move the date. We are for sure going to do it again next year.
Not in May.
Yeah, not in May. We've gotten commitments from everybody across the board to do it. I also have to thank on the drift side. So Matt Field, Daniel Chow with Drift Cave, and then the Super D guys, Julian and Ryan. Those guys made drift to where I didn't even have to think. They just said, "Hey, look, let us do it. We'll do it. We're turnkey." They put on a hell of a show yesterday. We were able to give away a jacket to a drifter on Toyo tires, and then the Toyo tires folks in Logitech. I can't thank them enough for really believing in us. It's really one of those things where you go out and you ask for a little bit of support for an existing thing is one conversation, but trying to sell somebody on supporting an event that has never happened before is a completely other bear. And they both wholly believed in us, and I will never forget that.
Matt, thank you. We're going to get this thing wrapped up so we can all get out of here before the wind picks up even more. Appreciate it all, and have yourself get some rest tonight.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We'd love to hear how we can be better. I'm not afraid of it. I don't have any ego. Send it to me, Matt@thunderhill.com.
Sounds good. Tom, take it away. Get us home.
We're going to wrap this thing up. Big thanks to Matt Busby for making this whole thing possible. I think the brainchild behind it. And we're about to close the show out. So the first ever Thunderhill Open, a resounding success. You're going to see some SpeedSF cars headed out for their last of their HPDE sessions. But first, if you've watched this or you've been trackside and now you have the itch, make sure you visit thunderhill.com and check out the opportunities to drive here at this beautiful racetrack. Again, top 5 on my list, rates up there with Watkins Glen, Road Atlanta, Road America, and the rest of the best. Coming up soon, we've got competition and non-competition events, including the 25 hours and 1 minute of the 24 hours of Lemons. We've got SCCA and Global Time Attack time trials coming up the weekend following, and then SpeedSF is back here with lapping and maybe some time trial competition as well. So you can get out here as well and have some fun with cars. Need to give a shout out as well to Toyo Tires for supporting us this weekend, making this possible for us to bring you the live stream and some of the racing action, including in Spec Miata, where all cars were on the Toyo Proxies RR, running in this category this weekend. Also to Logitech G, who's given away 4 RS50 driving simulators to the winners of each of our classes, plus a raffle to one of the SpeedSF homologation special drivers. I want to give a shout out to my co-host here and the director of the show for the Racing Network, Brian Belansky, keeping things on the rails to the point that I didn't know a lot of this was happening with all the wind, with all of the internet issues, etc. Brian, you've been fantastic. And I also want to shout out the workers who have made this thing happen, the flaggers, the stewards, the technical staff, the facility staff, the group leads, the administrators, the registration officials, all of that. This couldn't have happened without you, but also the competitors. Thank you so much to the Spec Miata drivers, the WTCC drivers, Formula Awesome, SpeedSF, and of course, everybody who competed in the drift competition last night with Drift Cave. You all made this happen. You made it a show, and we can't wait to see it again next year. So to all the spectators, to all the drivers, friends, family, and fans out there, thank you so much for joining us either trackside or here on the Racing Network for the live stream of what won't be the last Thunderhill Open from Thunderhill Raceway Park. I've been Tom O'Gorman, Brian Belansky with me. Thanks all for joining. We'll see you next time. Love your hair. Hope you win.
Yeah. Like and subscribe, by the way. Like and subscribe to the Racing Network. It's your support that keeps us doing what we're doing. Take care, everybody.